two-time Elite Series champion from Huntington, Texas, Pete Coleman. Your day one leader in Elite Series championship.
Starting at the dam? Starting at the dam?
No.
Just pause out. Okay.
Right behind him, a three-time Classic qualifier, a two-time FLW Tour winner from Shelby, North Carolina, Team Toyota's Matt Harry. A former Elite Series Rookie of the Year and Elite Series champion from Georgia, Drew Benton. His second season on the Bassmaster Elite Series and already a second Bassmaster Classic qualification from North Carolina, J.J. Green. He's a two-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year from Gunnersville, Alabama, the incomparable G-Man, Gerald Swindle. He's a seven-time FLW Tour winner, a two-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier from Lewiston, Florida, Scott Martin. Last but definitely not, he's going out and for just 2 wins already this year. One in the Elite, one in the Elite Series. Eight-time Classic qualifier.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
That was a moment to savor right there. Takeoff underway on the final day of this season. Last event of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River. And I tell you what, we're going to savor each moment of today because we started the season 6 months ago, raring to go. We, in many ways, don't want it to stop, but stop it must. This is the end of the trail here. Mighty anglers have traversed this country, fished 9 different unique playing fields, and worked so hard to get to this day at our last stop of the year. Still a lot of business left to settle here in Martzona. We look at our leaderboard in just a minute here, but we will see a field that is within 6 pounds of one another, less than a 2-pound lead for the. Normally we'd say, hey, free for all, anybody's game. It's going to be very hard, a mountain to climb for anyone who wants to take that top spot.
And that right there is the mountain Chris Johnston coming into this final day with almost a 2-pound lead. Your Minn Kota unlocked the lake right there, looking at Pool 8 right outside of La Crosse, Wisconsin, and it has been an unbelievable tournament. We talked about this every single time we come to this stretch of the Mississippi River. It will absolutely go down to the last hour, the last cast, and we will definitely see that today. A lot of the titles have been settled. Rookie of the Year, Angler of the Year. So much, like you said, Tommy, so much more on the line on this final day.
And we are looking forward to great fishing. If you're just checking us out for the first time this week, it has been terrific here. That's the way it stands as we start this day. Chris Johnston on top, a pound and 13 ounces ahead of Keith Combs. Keith Combs, a great story, frustrating season here, but he can win and be into the Classic. That marks a successful season.
Yeah, and really, if you look at the top 3, Chris Johnston, Keith Combs, Brian Schmidt, throughout this event, we talked about, obviously, the weight of a kicker bass on the Mississippi River. Those 3 anglers every day of this tournament pretty much have made late day culls. Don't get me wrong, they have caught them throughout the day, all the days of competition, but it's those big late day culls. We're going to talk about your leader right now, Chris Johnston, with his game plan, really a 1-2 punch throughout this tournament, living in Pool 8, the bottom end of Pool 8, starting out on a little smallmouth spot. We can kind of really trench in to how these guys are catching them. Ned rig and a bladed jig early for Chris Johnston every day of this tournament. Catching a nice limit of smallies. Kind of was a little bit off pace yesterday in the rain. Caught a lot of smallmouth. Left them biting on day number 2 on Saturday. They reloaded, but a lot of the quality was gone. It was big upgrades. After about our midday break, big upgrades with a frog for Chris Johnston, which he has done to perfection every day of this tournament so far.
Long and skinny.
Well, you can't think of a more formidable angler to have at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, he's a problem.
This guy right here, Chris Johnston, he has been absolutely top tier since he came out here in 2019. He is a hard man to stop when he smells a victory. And of course, everyone smelled victory in Progressive Angler of the Year. A couple of events ago for Brandon Polinick, thought he could pretty much coast this thing home. It did not go down that way. Had a lot of trouble at the 8th stop of the year at Lake Oahe, and after a couple of days of competition, it was still not settled.
He had a lot of trouble on Saturday.
Yes, he
Let's
did.
just put it the way. And I don't know if we have the footage of his final bass on Saturday. I think it was in the last 30 minutes, Ronnie, but that final bass, Polinick said this on stage yesterday, every bass is important, but that final fish number 5 on Saturday is the reason he absolutely knocked their lights out yesterday during competition.
With that, he joins a very select fraternity. Only 12 anglers, only a dozen through the history of the Bassmasters have notched 2 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year titles. And oh man,
It's a different day yesterday.
Yes, it was absolutely a complete opposite of day number 2. He really turned it around, and that's the mark of what the great ones do. And he was the great one here in the season of 2022. A very proud moment for Brandon Polinick and a very satisfying moment for all of his fans.
Today, 15 pounds and an ounce puts him in 25th place and officially makes him Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
Before the first tournament of the year, I'm going to try to say this without choking up. I slapped an Aaron Martin sticker on my windshield. And there were a lot of times it got really tough this year. And I would turn around and I'd look at that sticker. And it helped every time. Every time it got tough. This whole week I would slap that sticker, or I'd give him knucks to say thank you for everything he's done. Thank you guys for showing up. We're just a bunch of guys fishing for our own money. Without all of you guys watching on Bassmaster.com, with all of you guys that showed up, without the fans, we're not a sport. So thank you guys. The reason I came back to stand on this stage was because of you guys. So this one is just as much for you guys as it is for me and my family and my sponsors. Thank you.
And becomes the 2022 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Brandon Polinick.
Eloquent and emotional, Brandon Polinick. This is the award for consistency. It's the award for a skill set and a mental toughness that can take you through a season and be able to perform at your peak as more than anyone else during a certain year.
If you're a high school angler or a college angler wanting to be a professional fisherman, that is how it's done. He is the total package on the water, off the water, and the best way to put it, he is an asset to professional fishing in every sense of the word.
That's the final standings in Progressive Elite Angler of the Year competition through 2022. Chris Johnston, notably in second place here, and he is still fishing on this day, as is number 3, Brandon Lester, running.
Yes, they're tied, and they can, if they remain tied status quo, if Brandon Lester finishes 10th or Chris Johnston wins this event, Chris Johnston has the tiebreaker and an extra couple $1,000 payday for second. But if Brandon Lester can upgrade at least by 1 spot today and finish 9th, he will be second in Angler of the Year. So a little bit for them to shuffle and jive with, but Chris Johnston's definitely focused on winning this event.
Well, we had another big race settled yesterday, and much less of a surprise. That would be our Falcon Rods Rookie of the Year race. Very, very important. The rookie classes are so strong in this day and age, and Jay Shakurat has set sort of a new standard, Mark Zona. He has really had a record-breaking performance on many levels at the St. Lawrence River, but his season overall was a great one.
Yeah, that was an absolute beatdown for the Rookie of the Year, and you have to give a big hats off to the rest of the Rookie of the Year field. You look at guys like Cody Huff that got off to a rough start. He was definitely the favorite coming in to this season, but Jay Shakurat pretty much owned that and knocked their lights out last week, and what he did here, almost made our championship Monday, ending up in 12th place, and we said this all weekend long. Boy, look for that guy the next decade on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Maybe at the very least.
And unless And unless Gerald Swindle moves up 5 or 6 spots today, Jay Shakir will finish 10th in Angler of the Year.
Well, here we go. Our little idle before we get up there to the spillway. Nothing like having to think about it even more while you idle up there. The river was a little bit higher. You could run a different little creek to get in there, but it's too shallow.
Talk a little bit about that spot that you're fishing and why you think everything's happening there.
So, I think anytime in the fall on a river system, these fish start to migrate with the bait up current. And this is kind of a scenario where it's just a dead end spot. And all the bait has, kind of started to make that transition and migration up there. And the fish obviously have followed them. And whenever they got up there to that dead end and you got those chutes of water running out, it's just a perfect place for them to sit and ambush bait, both washing over that spillway and, any schools of bait that get kind of mixed up in that current. So it's just a really high percentage place, and you could actually go to several of these things, I believe, and get bit. But this is, the best one that I found. My roommate Cook fished the other one every morning, and that's how he got his day started. So I think it's just a river type scenario. Anytime you're in a creek or whatever on a river in the fall, the back ends of them are the key, and it's just a different scenario because there's a dam at the back end of this one. So I think that's what makes it special.
Drew Benton, certainly a great season, part of the conversation this season, all season long. Angler of the Year raced a good one. Here is our unique playing field and a great place to wrap up our season here. The Upper Mississippi River, 3 pools, 7, 8, and 9. We are taking off in Pool 8, Veterans Freedom Park, and that's the one that's been leaned on the hardest, Mark Zona.
It has been leaned on. A lot of pressure in Pool 8, but Pool 9 definitely getting some attention. Guys like Matt Herron, Gerald Swindle, Keith Combs, definitely been a big factor in his tournament. As you go up to Pool number 8, seeing the bottom area right near Stoddard, that's going to be a big player yet again today, just because all of those little morning spots definitely have reloaded as you go towards our takeoff right there in La Crosse, Wisconsin. A lot of attention right around the Black River, the Onalaska Spillway, and the lock area as you go up into Pool number 7. I believe, Ronnie, correct me if I'm wrong, looking at Minn Kota unlocked the lake. KJ Queen, the only angler that has survived and made it here to Championship Monday. That's your Minn Kota unlock the lake.
We do love this place. It has certainly provided us a lot in terms of fish catching this week. It has been entertainment start to finish. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I am Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona, Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukhan will join us as well during the course of this day. And Z, what these guys have, the work they've done to get to this top 10 means finding some very specific places. Fish are everywhere. The right kinds are in very specific small spots. And how well is it going to serve them? Or is someone going to have to expand on it even today?
It's definitely been one cast spots throughout this entire tournament. And if you look at really what Chris Johnston has done, is he made the comment after day number 1 of this. If you didn't follow the tournament all through the weekend, Chris Johnston said, I don't know what I'm on. It really comes down to if the smallmouth will reload every single morning, which pretty much they have done. But all eyes today are going to be on Keith Combs, who, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, has had an unusually miserable 2 seasons on the Bassmaster Elite Series. This being a win, and you're in the Bassmaster Classic, probably one of the biggest days, and even though he has had big days in his career, today is one of the biggest days of Keith Combs' career, obviously, for the last 2 years.
One piece of adversity that Keith Combs and Gerald Swindle, the guys going down to Pool 9, may experience. Yesterday, they could only fish till about 11 a.m. in their areas in Pool 9 before coming back. They had to get in the lock and get out of it before barge traffic. I've heard reports that there is a barge in the Pool 9 lock right now between Pool 8 and Pool 9. If it's already in there before takeoff, it may be halfway through the process. They may not have to wait long, And it might be a good thing if that is the one piece of barge traffic today. They may be able to get to fish there much longer.
And one of the things, obviously, your time is definitely cut down if you go down to pool 9 or if you go up to 7. But the one thing about Keith Combs, talking to him after the weigh-in yesterday he did a lot of his damage with smallmouth and some bonus largemouth down in pool 9, came back late in the afternoon and basically culled everything out, so he definitely has a little bit of a backup game plan if he has to stay in pool 8 early today.
7 hours of live fishing to bring you here today in our coverage. We will be with all 10 anglers in the boat with them all day long. Let's start with a man who has had a tremendous season and really put up a great battle at the end of it in pursuit of the Angler of the Year prize, Brandon Lester.
All right, switching it up a little bit this morning. Yesterday I started up at the dam. Today I'm starting back where I started the first 2 days. This is just a main river bar, runs out off the tip of an island. It's got some scattered eelgrass out here. And the main river channel's right over there. So this place definitely reloads all the time, constantly. You know, you got that main river flow right there. So I just figured I'd start here this morning. These fish, they like to school right here really all day long, but especially first thing in the morning. You'll see them blowing up on shad and stuff. There's tons of shad up in this eelgrass. And I've already seen a couple blow up there on the tip of that point. So I'm gonna spend some time out here this morning and see what we can catch, and then we'll just kind of run around and let the day unfold. I don't have a real set game plan today. Gonna fish some water I haven't fished, or I didn't fish yesterday, and just kind of see what happens. I'm excited about these sunny conditions. It makes these fish school better and makes them hit the topwater bait pretty darn good. So it should be a fun day. Yeah, absolutely. Been a good week, been a good year. You know, with everything going on with AOY, I came into this tournament 37 points back. I told myself if I could make a top 10 here, that I would feel like I did my job as far as AOY is concerned. And, you know, definitely achieved that goal. Polnick did his job this week, and hats off to him. He definitely earned it, and we made him have to earn it, and I think he would tell you the same. That's the way it should be. So big congrats to him. He deserves it. He had a heck of a year, but it's been a heck of a year for us too. So no complaints here.
Both of these anglers right here pretty much living on the upper end of pool 8 all 3 days of the tournament, and had to outfish a lot of other competitors in these areas. Definitely a different day weather-wise compared to
it is
the last 2 days.
Literally.
When you get multiple days of the same weather, we've had multiple days of the same weather in practice. They had actually fog every single day of practice. No fog during the tournament days with the rain that we've had, and also with wind. But when an angler gets dialed into a certain pattern in the last 2 days of competition with heavy rain, how hard is it just to reprogram your mind that this is a brand new day and what you did yesterday may not work at all, even though there's thousands of fish in these different areas these anglers are fishing?
Taking a look at our championship Monday weather, mostly cloudy. There's absolutely not a cloud in the sky right now. High of 81 today. But still, you know, a lot of those one-cast spots that are down near Stoddard that we've seen, Brian Schmidt, Brian New, Chris Johnston, it's not for the most part, it's not a weather situation. It's just a reloading factor. And that's the one thing that we brought up yesterday on our Fox broadcast was it's just so hard to predict which angler spot is going to reload overnight, just because they've all reloaded overnight, but it's, you know, what one reloads with the quality. Right. And yesterday, you know, we talked about it, man. Yesterday was bass fishing weather. Light winds, low pressure, and pretty much light rain for the whole day.
Seen some good catches. Brandon Lester making it to the top 10 after a tremendous season. Scott Martin, a fast start yesterday. Had a little bit of a pause and fought his way back into the top 10, and here he is today. Swindle, a place that's kind of made for him and his style.
Absolutely, and the weather we have today, obviously we had a lot of wind on Saturday. Boy, some of your froggers, guys that are frogging in the top 10, they are absolutely going to be licking their chops later today. And there's a lot of froggers that didn't make it, guys like Jason Christie, Lee Livesey, that are probably watching this right now going, oh, I waited for this weather all tournament long.
Brian knew a great end to his season. Brian Schmidt, very dangerous here. Got 17 pounds and 10 ounces on day number 1. Watch out for him. Keith Combs, we talked about his story. Win and you're in, very important to him. And the man on top, the most consistent of them all this week, Chris Johnston.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Good Monday morning to you. That's our fantastic host city, the biggest city on the west side of the state of Wisconsin, La Crosse. Great town, great fishing here. The upper Mississippi River, the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite here. We are down to 10 anglers on Championship Monday, and you talk about a tough field. Fully 7 of them have been champions here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. That in itself a very hard thing to do, and they've all won big tournaments in all sorts of formats everywhere. Here's a man who's caught essentially caught 100 pounds in 3 days of fishing in a tournament.
Definitely, let's keep an eye on Keith Combs here early Championship Monday. Not making his way down to pool number 9, where he's done most of his damage, starting in pool 8. Keith Combs live.
I hate that jig. I hate the jig. All right, we're on the board. It's a solid one. Get him in the well. There are chunks in here for sure. There's gotta be a big one in this bunch because there's so many nice ones. God, he clocked it. Thought that might be him. So we're fishing a current seam, and just throwing a Strike King. Another bite. 3/8 ounce swim jig. Just working it down the middle of the ditch.
Watch how he flares his reel handle with that swim jig. We talked about the importance, obviously, of Keith Combs needing to win this tournament. Make no mistake about it, Keith Combs is one of the best closers when he sniffs one.
Absolutely. On the board for Keith Combs, that came in about 2 pounds and 12 ounces.
In the lead.
Back up, yeah, in the lead. Back up to the spillway. Alaska Spillway with Drew Benton.
And we will say a 113 lead is huge here, but it's so easy to catch 13 and have someone catch 16.
Yes,
like it's just
absolutely.
the difference in that is just a bite or two.
Might be my first smallmouth keeper here. I don't know if he's 14 or not. Gosh, he wasn't coming off. Oh yeah. Not a very big one, but it's number one. $114.
First keeper for Drew Benton right there, back down to the bottom of pool 8. Just around the corner from where Keith Combs is. Pretty much the same region. You see guys like Chris Johnston, Keith Combs starting. You can get down to Scott Martin right now, which surprisingly, catching a big one yesterday, kind of looked at Scott Martin as possibly threatening the lead. Couldn't crack that 15-pound mark.
Had a big day of 16-8 on day number 2 that's really kind of set him in this position here, locked him into the top 10.
See a lot of your anglers starting with a swim jig this morning.
Maybe.
14-inch length limit.
Sorry, dude. My hands are so sore from ow, ow, stop it. They're good at finning. They know their job. Keeper. All right.
Could be one of two reasons, Z. Instead of a bladed jig, the swim jig this morning, is it lack of wind, or is it most of the pressure? Is it they just have to switch something up? Wow, I mean,
no better way to put one of the biggest reasons on that is the water looks dirty, but it is not dirty water. It's pretty much it's clean water, especially where a lot of these guys have caught them. But a lot of that northern style swim jig, it originated on this pool from, we talked about him on day 1, Tom Mansours, who really opened the door to it here.
Not gonna keep.
Brian New.
Brian New over to Keith Combs. And the other thing, Ronnie, just especially obviously with today's skins, is just very subtle, and so Scott Martin crush him on day 1 on a swim jig.
It's a grown one, I think. Oh yeah. That's him. That's the man. That's the man. Oh, I hooked him in a bad way though. So I'm gonna do something here. When I get a fish like that, and he ate the swim jig upside down, you gotta take really good care of this fish. So we're gonna take some G-juice. I'm just gonna put it right there. I'm just gonna saturate that spot where I got him. They're hardy fish. He's bleeding pretty bad though. That's just terrible. This might be a little overkill, but I mean, I wanna make sure I get that in there, and most of it's gonna soak off in the water.
that's one he will not cull today. Probably a very good fish, and so you don't want to lose. You don't want to lose that fish.
Everything possible to get that one in shape.
Get a good look at Brandon Lester, Humminbird bird's eye view right here. A downriver sandbar area that he was on day number 1 with Jay Shakurit. Listening to Brandon Lester saying that main river channel feeding this sandbar. Looks like he's way offshore, but very shallow right there. These anglers said some of these sandbars had dozens and dozens of largemouth and smallmouth mixed.
Looks like Brandon Lester gonna leave this spot right here, make another move. We'll take a look at the skyline. Main River, main Mississippi River here. Brandon Lester achieved his big goal this year, first win on the Bassmaster Elite Series, a terrific performance on Pickwick Lake.
Yeah,
about flawless.
Paired that with a top 10 at the Harris Chain and knocking out an Opens victory. It's just been a great 2022 for Brandon Lester, and for him to make the top 10 today, we said he had to do that and hope BP slipped just a little bit if he wanted the chance to win AOY. And BP closed the door yesterday, but not because of what Chris Johnston and Brandon Lester didn't do.
We watched Drew Benton catch a bunch of them right here yesterday. He's got a good one today, 3.5-pound smallmouth.
I don't know if he's 14. Line burner. One 8.
Two keepers now for Drew Benton.
Keith Combs' fish winning is a 3-pound, 4-ounce. Got the lead with almost 53 pounds.
Drew Benton 16.5 on day number 1. That was his big day of the tournament. And he has been maintaining ever since then. Would like to repeat that one again today. Get a number like that up there. Biggest number of the tournament was on day 1 by this man, Brian Schmidt, 17 pounds and 10 ounces.
Even if he doesn't win, Schmidt should leave happy. He was a couple events ago in 79th place in AOY points. He came in 50th, he's 40th right now.
Unfortunately, he's gonna die too. Dang. Damn it. I mean, I don't know how long he had it. It's a nice fish.
Yeah.
It is.
2 even. Please. Swallowed it. But like he's gonna die. Like no doubt.
I mean, Safety is off right there.
Yep. What a place.
That is an eagle.
You're right on. Right on.
Right up the river, there's the National Eagle Center.
I'm turning the corner. I'm sorry, Such, what was that?
At the river in Wabasha is the National Eagle Center. I visited when we were up there. Very interesting.
Very nice. Keith Combs on top right now, 52 pounds, 13 ounces, trying to put as much pressure as he can on our leader, Chris Johnston, who is yet to record a keeper fish so far. We've seen Drew Benton put a couple in the boat also. He's having a good morning. But we are very, very early on Championship Monday.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Last day of the season to decide the last championship of the season here at La Crosse, Wisconsin, the upper Mississippi. Also a day when we're celebrating a great, rare sort of accomplishment to Brandon Polinick and his second Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title. And as it happens now, we have another angler who has achieved that very thing, the one and only Gerald Swindle in our top 10 today. Get our first look at him right now.
Definitely buying some time while he waits for the lock just outside of the 8 to 9 lock
So
right
he's not
there.
made his way down.
Yeah, he's on the north side of that lock.
While we wait, we hydrate. See right here.
Ronnie, about how long was he able to stay in 9 yesterday?
He said about 11 o'clock he needed to make his way back. And
3 hours
yeah,
of fishing.
3.5, he said, tops was what he got in there. And that's why we were seeing yesterday is even if everything went perfect today, guys like Keith Combs and Gerald Swindle losing a couple hours of key fishing time yesterday, you want to have as many hours as possible.
Another one in that hole. You see that? Ah, come off.
Gerald Swindle making good use of his time there as he waits to transition down to pool number 9.
That's why if you're ever in a locking tournament or a situation, that's why it's so important to have something in the pool that you're fishing in so that you don't feel like you're just aimlessly wasting time. You're fishing in an area you have confidence in as well.
First look at Chris Johnston. Started the day with the lead. Has caught the right ones better than anyone else all week.
Smalley. Little guy. Hit it like a big one.
Well, that is hats off to the cameraman in that boat right there.
These fish have moved. The water's come up significantly, for sure. And these fish have moved, I don't know, 60 yards up to where it was too shallow before. So I saw one or two kind of chasing some bait up here. See if we can get a big one.
Seeing Chris Johnston switch up a little bit this morning, a lot of his damage. Ronnie talked about it. A lot of guys using bladed jigs, Ned rigs early in the morning here. Great top water bite, close up. Very interesting. Listen to Chris Johnston saying the water has come up a bunch here for Championship Monday, repositioning the smallmouth that he's been on the first 3 days of this tournament.
Come back. You nipped it. Just sucked it. Come on. Got him. Big one. Come on, baby. Big smallie. Come on. I think it's a pike. No. Oh yeah, baby. Woo! That's what we're after. They've tried to pull the Houdini and they moved 100 yards. Might have found them. It's a good one. Skinny, but a good one. That's how we start Championship Monday. Get out of there. It's a good one. 4 more of those.
3.5?
No, he's 3. He's skinny.
Well, that is not what Keith Combs wanted. Chris Johnston to relocate them in the first 20 minutes. Talked about how these guys will power fish these areas on our Fox broadcast yesterday. The power fish them to start.
He has found him, hasn't he?
That's another good one. Get out of the grass. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. It's a good one. It's probably 2.5. Come on. Get out of the grass. Decent one. We found them. Look at that mess. I can't even see the treble hooks.
It's a great look at all that eel grass.
I started where they normally were. I don't know how much the water's come up, maybe almost a foot. And they're not out there anymore. This was too shallow before, and they've moved right up on top of this. It's sand, but the current's ripping across it. And they're up there. And they're hungry. Come on, buddy.
It was amazing to watch all of his damage with the bladed jig and a Ned rig early the first 3 days of this tournament. Heard him make the comment yesterday that he was going to go to a top water sometime today if the wind laid down. Just around the corner, Keith Combs, 2 good ones in his live well.
When they're just single. It's just always the case. Where's them 3s? Smallmouth. Mississippi River, man. Only place in the world you're gonna catch smallmouth out of eelgrass.
14.5. Check on old big boy. He's frisky, but he was on his side.
If you remember last year, it was a battle between a guy qualified for the Classic and a guy needing to win to get in, with Justin Atkins and Taku Ito going head-to-head in the last event. Did not work out for the guy needing the Classic berth. We'll see if Keith Combs can overcome Chris Johnston today as they go head-to-head.
I think they're getting wise to my tricks.
This is Johnston again.
Got him. Good one. Stay hooked. Just got the back of it. Oh, it's a good one. Come on, baby. Yeah. Woo. That's another good one. Oh. He's skinny, but we'll take him. Oh. Just got the back hook. Nipped it. Yeah, baby.
Andy wants to see it.
It's a good one. Two good ones.
That's how we start the final day.
Yeah. That's how we get Championship Monday rolling. Did you see him hit it the first time? Just nipped it. Didn't eat it. Come on. I'm gonna lose the sweater.
Allow four to go 3 or is it 2 3/4?
He's a little fired up.
He is.
For him.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a lot fired up.
his better quality has shown up this morning.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're absolutely right. Right now, J.B. Hyde joins us from La Crosse, Wisconsin. Davey, before we talk about what's going on out there, I'm sure people have asked you this question 50 times in the past day, but Brandon Polnick just joined a very select fraternity, people who've won 2 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year titles. Tell us what that really means, what that represents.
Well, it means everything, Tommy. I mean, you win the first Angler of the Year title, and you know it changes your life. It changes your career as a professional angler. But to do it that second time, it just means so much personally. And you know, the first time wasn't luck, but the big thing about the Angler of the Year title, it is Angler of the Year, and that's why it's so gratifying to know that you were able to come out on top at the end of the season.
Davey, real quick, trenching into this tournament and what we've seen transpire with a lot of those one-cast spots, predominantly on Pool 8. Kind of talk about how these guys will go through, for some of your beginning anglers, your beginning tournament fishermen watching this broadcast, talk about how they'll always start with power, whether it's a topwater, a bladed jig, or a swim jig, how they'll start power fishing and then downscale, having a rotation on these one-cast spots in this tournament.
Yeah, you want to throw a bait caster in there with a heavier line and try to catch those bigger fish that are more aggressive, and then as those fish, get more aware that you are there and don't want to bite those lures of power fishing and stuff, you go finesse and use the smaller rigs like a Ned rig or something like that, and that's what those anglers do. They just scale down place by place. But the big key is here on the Mississippi River, and just what Chris Johnston has done, these fish can move overnight. You want them to reload, but they may move around a little bit, and good for him. They moved about 100 yards, and he has found them, and he's making some hay right now.
Davey, are all our guys going to have to make similar adjustments, maybe not as dramatic as Chris has had to do very early on today in order to get the job done today?
Yeah, I think we'll see that. And Keith Combs, I talked to him yesterday. It's very interesting that he culled every fish that he had late in the day yesterday. So this is going to be an exciting final day. It's going to come right down to ounces, and just really, really looking forward to it.
Davey, thank you so much. Davey Hyde, also 2-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year winner, and the man to ask about that great accomplishment, the toughness it takes.
I'm going to throw you one. We're going to get up to Brandon Lester right now. If Keith Combs catches another 3-pounder, does he even go to 9 today?
That's a good question. I would think he'd prefer it that way.
I would, absolutely.
I do think he'll go, because we know on one of his days it only took him an hour to know if they were there and to catch some weight that would help.
Do you have any information on that barge in the lock?
No. I will. Look at the maps and see.
I think that'll be number one. A little bit of a slow start, but yep.
Brandon Lester on the board. Things still settled in today, early on Championship Monday. Chris Johnston started the day with just under a 2-pound lead over Keith Combs. He now sits at almost a 4-pound lead at this point right now. Had some big rains over the last couple of days throughout the watershed. That's changed things a little bit. We'll watch these guys continue to adjust, get it dialed in, and I'm sure they will today. We've got so much good fishing on the way here on Bassmaster Live.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
We've been treated to some great fishing here on the upper Mississippi during the course of this week, and it's starting to fire up again near La Crosse, Wisconsin on Championship Monday. 10 anglers left in it, one more championship to decide. As we end the season right here, right now, you had the top two guys kind of trading licks, trading blows back and forth. Right under them, right under Chris Johnston and Keith Combs. Well, a man who did battle with Keith Combs on the Champlain.
Absolutely.
Not too very long ago.
I heard there was an unofficial battle yesterday between guys, this is unofficial, between Livesey and Summerall, and Taku got involved in it. Absolutely was. After the weigh-in.
Well, we investigate that.
It seems like Caleb Summerall's still undefeated in those battles.
Really bizarre stuff.
Get your big butt in here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Get your big butt in here. That'll work. That will work. I'll try to get in here quick because they're blowing up.
A lot more smallmouth this morning.
Nice one. It's a nice one. They got a little spot right there. We can play this game too. We can play this game too.
See Scott Martin already leaving his primary spot.
That's a big one.
I'm gonna come back to where you are, I think. First cast with the new bait. That's a nice one. Flip-flops, dude. Two and a half. It's 2.5.
First cast, dude?
Yeah. First cast.
See Scott Martin fishing just south of Brian Schmidt. And that's a good thing about, you talk about if these starting areas will reload, it doesn't take long to know. You see Scott Martin starting north of there and only giving it about 10 minutes. You know very quickly if
It's a
they
big
are
fish,
home
whatever. I
or
don't know
not.
if it's a smallmouth or a largemouth. It's a big one, dude. It's a big largie. God, they're blowing up, dude. Get in here, boy. Yes. We're not leaving, dude. It's a chunk right there, bro. 3 even. That's a nice one. It's a nice one. Yeah, they're blowing up right here pretty good. We're just gonna just kind of fish around here for a little bit, just see what happens. Dude, I think I know what's going on.
I feel like someone told Brian Schmidt about the nice one
They
thing.
filled him in.
Yeah, I think he's
It was
aware.
a little more aggressive and not as awkwardly strange as it was.
£2. That's number 4. Look at there.
There's something wrong watching Keith Combs with a
Just
spinning
showing my
rod. It's
skill.
just not.
Spinning pole.
Combs with 4. Johnston and Schmidt both have a limit.
Oh, it's a big one. That's a big one, dude. That's a big one.
Notice Scott Martin went to a belly-weighted, weedless swim bait hook with a little blade on it, little underspin blade.
Hey, that was an awesome bite.
These fish have been very pressured around Stoddard the last 4 days, 40 years.
40 years. I know.
Yep.
Grass on it.
These two guys certainly got their work done this week to get into their second classics. They're both outside the cut coming in.
Big largie. Big largie. Let's go.
Dude, that's a good one right there. That's a heavy 3.
I don't think he's that big. I don't want to kill him. They're here. There's some nice ones here. Really nice fish. Put the largies over there. So. Oh, he's still alive a little bit. Dude, I'm gonna get rid of him just because I was worried about him. I mean, we're culling anyway, but he's alive, but he's probably not gonna make it. There's a fish here. There's a fish here. We ain't leaving, buddy. I mean, they want to bite all day. I mean, you saw that I had grass on it, he ate it. I mean, come on. No, three.
Got him. Right at the boat. Get out of the weeds. I don't know how big it is. It's number 5, right at the boat. Your old grass smallmouth. Not a giant.
Absolutely awesome action right now.
I think he's 14.
Easy now. That is a perfect look at your Humminbird bird's eye view, sitting in the middle of that grass patch, throwing into that clear water. That little sandbar right there is where those fish have relocated to, but he said about 100 yards away from where he caught them the first 3 days of this tournament. But that clear strip of sand to your left has been where almost every one of his bites have come this morning, right where his bait is right now. That is a great shot of what Chris Johnston is concentrating on this morning.
Had a little flurry this morning. The water, I don't know how much, it's probably come up about a foot since the start of the tournament at least, and it's hard to see the grass lines. And I went to my smallmouth spot. The first one's all eelgrass floating, can't really fish it. I'm not even sure they're there anyways. Came over this other spot, and the water's a little deeper, made my 10 casts, didn't get a bite the first one, so I knew probably not good. But this sandbar used to be too shallow, and the current would be ripping over it. It was only about 6 inches deep. Well, now it's got probably 1.5 feet of water on it. And guess where the smallmouth all went? And it's like they found new water, and they get all excited, and they're aggressive. But I put a little hurting on them. I got 5, 2 nice ones. I got to call 3 of them. And had one blow up I missed, but other than that, it's been pretty good. Probably gonna give about 5 more minutes, and then we're gonna go hunting some largemouth. But to be honest, I might have to relocate them a bit too, with this water rising that much.
There's a great aerial right there from probably Wes Miller out on the water, and it also shows how, even though that water looks dirty and looks dark, you get outside of those main channels, really, really clean water. It took about 20 minutes for Chris Johnston to relocate those smallmouths at his primary starting spot, kind of choked in with floating eelgrass, and exactly what he needed. A couple right around the 3-pound mark. Did not get to see that yesterday with Chris Johnston. A lot of room to grow. And the one great thing is this will also enable him to, when he transitions and goes frog fishing in that same region, a pool number 8, obviously is not going to have to upgrade as much as he did yesterday. BMC on point, off to a great start. Chris Johnston already just over 11 pounds in the first hour competition here on Championship Monday.
It's very cool at how on this body of water, this time of the year, you can throw kind of whatever you want to end up getting to the same result, that 13 to 15 pound bag. There's so many anglers in the field they picked their poison and did whatever they wanted to do and were able to make it to today. We see Chris Johnston using 2 baits that we haven't seen him use too much the first 3 days.
Well, our top 3 on the leaderboard to start the day. Talk about a good day's work. The 13 to 15 pounds, they put in the better part of it in barely more than an hour's fishing. The first hour of fishing. What great starts for all of those 3. Chris Johnston, Keith Combs, Brian Schmidt. They're serious about this thing, and well, they should be. Here's a big victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series at stake, and we've got so much more to show you from this incredible place when we come back to Wisconsin.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
9 events during the course of the year. This is the final one, the 9th event, Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. A chance for, among other things, anglers to come in here and help secure their AOY point situation to secure a spot in the World Championship next year. Certainly, 3rd place, Brian Schmidt has used this opportunity well. He said on the weigh-in stage on the first day, I really needed this tournament to fire for me, and so it has. That has not been a concern of Brandon Lester. He has had a tremendous season, the only one of our anglers to have made all 7 cuts during the course of this year. Tack on a victory as well. Just a great success.
It'll be close, I think.
Brandon Lester has definitely utilized really the upper end of pool number 8 throughout
Number
this
2.
tournament.
Not big.
You kind of watch what he's done really the entire event. It's just kind of hodgepodged around, transitioning from smallmouth to largemouth. And be curious to see if he goes back to a popper, what we got to see him do on Friday, late in the day, where he caught a lot of big ones in the afternoon. We had high skies, light winds, conditions kind of setting up for that today for Brandon Lester. Head back down to the bottom of pool 8, Keith Combs, and you talk about these areas reloading down on the bottom of pool number 8 or not. Look, Brian knew. Matt Airy, who clocked them yesterday morning.
Time yesterday? Wow.
Very, very slow. And that's the one thing. There was so many anglers that fished down in this region that just did not catch them. You were either on that one cast spot like you see Keith Combs, or you're pretty much going home.
I reckon that'd be 5. The little fish is a 2-pound fish here. They're so built. Coolest looking bass in the world right there. Mississippi River bass.
That's 5 bass for Keith Combs, but 3 of those need to go.
You're ratting my swim jig out.
Swindle.
Has made his way down to pool 9.
Got him. That's a better one right there. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a 2 1/4.
Yeah, Z, based on my research, it looks like he's made it to pool 9 based on the barge of traffic that I never got that info. I could never quite track it down.
Third fish in 6th place right now. Let's get back to Drew Benton.
Little one schooling right there. It's a keeper. It's a long and skinny one.
This is the second time we've seen a wake bait in this tournament. Got to see it with Brandon Lester on day 2.
How they get a hook in you right there. Stay right there. Power pole down. Power pole down right there. Two, 4.
Benton's only missed 1 cut all season, first event, which is kind of surprising, St. John's.
Back out to Brandon Lester.
It is very surprising for Benton.
Seeing guys like Lester and Benton, Scott Martin getting away from their starting spots already this morning.
I think that one's going to be a little short. Golly's close. He's touching right there. That's all he's got to do. We're going to put him in there. He'll be the first to go.
We're now for Lester in 7th place.
Top 9 for Lester means 2nd in AOY, no matter what Chris Johnston does, but if it stays status quo and they're 1st and 10th, Johnston will win the tiebreaker for that. And Johnston has done all he can do. Coming from 110 points down after the St. Lawrence River to even be within 20 of the AOY is a fantastic couple tournament stretch.
Formidable.
The difference in AOI payouts from 2nd to 3rd is $5 grand, 25 grand to 20.
Maybe a keeper.
$15-incher. Pound 3/4.
Number 3 for Swindle. Let's go back up right now to Brandon Lester. Just put his 4th in the live well.
that the first fish that we've seen all week caught flipping? It is, isn't it?
That's exciting.
Yeah.
First flip.
Brian Schmidt.
You're
that
right.
one, a couple,
Yep,
but that
yep.
was the rainy day.
Saturday.
Yeah. That was the third one Lester's
These
almost
fish
had
do
jumped
not like to
out of the
get
boat
measured.
this week.
Number 4.
Gonna head back down to pool number 9.
First one I've caught punching.
Definitely starting to see flurries between Brandon Lester. Going to get back down to Gerald Swindle, who has done the bulk of his work down in pool 9 with a bladed jig.
A little bit of a frog
13
and
here
sometimes
today,
a
too, 14 here,
DT6 if he gets a clean enough sand spot.
That's why I ripped this little bit of crankbait out. I hadn't thrown it yet. Figured they've seen enough of that.
Nailed that, Ronnie.
Wow.
All right, got him. That might be one. Let's just throw a little bit of crankbait. So. I don't think he's 14, but I'll measure him. Just for measures. Just having to change it up a little bit. I've caught so many here on chatterbait, I think they're. Oh, you are
Small
dirty.
little backwater down
You are
in pool
dirty.
9 has absolutely reloaded every day for Gerald Swindle.
He'll make it. 14 and a quarter, we'll give him a pound and a half. So I'm having to swap up that little crankbait just to try something. Ain't got no wind. Had several biting. That's 4.
Haven't seen
I'm gonna
another
put him on
competitor
red,
all
'cause he's
tournament long.
Nope, it's been protected as
Yeah.
well from all the north weather. The south
Right,
wind on day
right.
2 did dirty it up a little for
Let's
him,
just
but
keep slinging this thing around a little bit.
for Swindle,
think there's
Tommy,
a
if he
whole
can
bunch
move
more
from
there that-
8th starting the day into the top 3, he will be 10th in AOI,
Yes.
which will be another year of top 10 for him.
I mean, it's got a few loaded up right there.
A couple of other big milestones this year.
One of these
300th
little
Bass event.
top secret
He just
not
qualified for his
crankbaits.
20th Classic.
Wow.
Chunk, but no keeper. Pretty much. Pretty much.
No problem catching them today for Gerald Swindle, that is for sure. And like all the rest, for the bigger ones to show up and really move them up the leaderboard. Back to Brandon Lester, working on his limit.
Get in here. I don't know if there's a better way to catch them in the world than that right there. God, that's fun. I might know what we're doing the rest of the day.
Oh, I like hearing that, right?
It's 5 anyway. I have not. I shook off 2 down this stretch right here. And yeah, I shook off 2 right here in practice. And I hit it the first day. I didn't get a bite. But I think these fish in here, they've been pressured. There's been 2 or 3 guys fishing in this area. And I think some of them have probably just swam up under these mats just from the pressure. Plus we got good conditions for flipping today. It's good and sunny.
Brandon Lester with an optimistic outlook on his day, getting to do what he loves to do. Pretty much all get to catch him, most of our anglers anyway. Top 10, 10 left on this day. We'll have a champion at the end of it all right now, still Chris Johnston. His lead shaved down a little bit by the likes of Keith Combs and Brian Schmidt. Big battle at the top of our leaderboard going on right now, and everyone else still dialing them in, catching them, waiting for some size to show up. We will show back up in just a minute.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
What a great season it's been for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Started out with some great Florida fishing, South Carolina, the Tennessee River, for a couple of stops, the best of Texas, and then up to the northern swing, and just an eye-popping experience at the St. Lawrence River. And here we wrap up our northern swing on the Mississippi River. I think for numbers, this may be the best of all of them.
Exactly right. Definitely a very, very diverse term. Something we've not had for a while.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of different styles of fishing, game plans going on. Going to get back out on the water right now with your day 3 leader, Chris Johnston.
Okay. All right, just pulled into where I caught a good one yesterday afternoon right before takeoff and missed one on a frog, and they were chasing shad through the top of this eelgrass and stuff. So getting them on a frog, white spro frog, and I'm thinking it might be more of an afternoon deal when they get up chasing, because I've only seen 1 or 2 doing it. So we'll pop back in here this afternoon. So I'm just gonna flip this little point. It's a high percentage spot, but basically this week, most of my fish, big fish, have come on a frog. This is the first punching fish I think I've got all week. And then a couple on chatterbait. But the chatterbait fish have mostly, actually I shouldn't say that. First day I got a couple of 3.5s on chatterbait, but that stuff got blown out. So last 2 days have basically been all frog and a smallie usually off that starting spot, but like I said, this morning that spot was all blown out with eelgrass, and the water come up and the fish left and they went to a shallower part of the flat, and they were chewing this morning. I got my share. Now I just gotta let my frog do some work here this afternoon. I need 3 good bites.
Bass Pro Shops Top Lures with Chris Johnston.
But basically on the frog, all I'm throwing is 65-pound smackdown braid on it's a Tatula Elite 7.4 heavy frog rod and a 8-to-1 gear ratio reel, and when they hit it, you gotta lean on them. And like I said, it's a fun way to fish, but when there's $100,000 in the line, and like that last one I just had, I don't know how big it was, but they start missing it, it can break your heart in a hurry too. I'd love to get one punching.
Chris Johnston talking us through some good stuff right there. There's a guy who's got a purpose for every cast he makes.
He has a lot of time to make those upgrades. Unlike yesterday, he sat on his smallmouth, seemed like for about 3.5 to 4 hours. Not the case today, already getting shallow, looking for those better than average size largemouth back down to pool 9, Gerald Swindle.
Please don't go fish that mat over there. Please. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A good one. Hang on, baby. Close that red one out.
Boy, he is concerned with that mat. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, don't fish that mat. You got to figure recreational
Looks
traffic
like he's got
today.
a good spot right there.
Yeah,
Small one right there for Swindle. Going to get back up to Brian Schmidt, already with a big morning.
Swindle's up to 4th place.
A good look at the region of pool number 8, where most of your leaders have contended all week long, really from Stoddard down to the southwest corner, where we find Brian Schmidt this morning.
Saw him camped at Stoddard good part of the first couple days too, though. He's moved between those spots.
Every single day, from there to Stoddard, is where Brian Schmidt's been.
Felt like a big fish. There's some really big fish here that you'll see come up blowing. There's largemouth and smallmouth together. I've caught, I think, 6 now over the tournament, 3 pounds or bigger here, largemouth. 1 3 3/4. But we got a different wind direction and got some sun, and it's like it's ignited them on the surface. Good.
Boy, there were several right there. Yeah, they were fighting for it.
I don't know how big he is, dude. Feels like a nice one. I'm just gonna measure them because we only got 4 right now. We'll throw them in. There's some big ones blowing, and if we can get 5, 3 plus, you know, 3 plus pound fish and get 2 big ones, we'll have a shot. But there are definitely some fish here, man. And this blowing up kind of caught me off guard this morning.
Humminbird bird's eye view with Brian Schmidt. And watch all of these anglers that are on these one cast areas, how far they'll stay off of them to not jump the school and break it up. Another perfect look at that Humminbird bird's eye view of that sandbar.
We're gonna probably make within sight of here today our home. Just feel like there's quality here, and it hasn't been just destroyed like the other area I've been fishing. Is a huge community area, and it's, I think I mean, there's still big ones in there. Somebody will probably catch them, but it felt like we had really leaned on them pretty hard. And I needed something a little more fresh that not everybody's fishing to have a shot at this. You know, it's a special river. To me, I'm within sight of where I won my first tour level event a few years back. It's almost the same scenario where my place was getting better. One of my places was getting better due to weather. So like, we've had a lot of rain, you know, through the practice and the tournament here, and the water's come up. It's changed, you know, it's changed the whole layout, and the fish are repositioning as we speak. The fish are moving. You know, not only are we getting late in the year, but you got a little more current moving, a little more water coming in, rising water, it's changing, and we got to just hopefully pray that this place is getting better. Like the fish are coming to it. There's definitely, in my opinion, a big bag sitting here from what I've seen this morning. Are they gonna bite? That's a different story.
That's great information
But what's
from Brian
weird
Schmidt.
is the largemouth and the smallmouth are together. And it almost seems like to me over the last couple days, you know, I haven't fished here much, but when I do, I kind of come in here late and recheck it in the afternoon. It seems like the largemouth's set up. And you don't really see the smallmouth. So I'm hoping that we'll have a shot later on today at a couple big largemouth. And if we could get a couple big ones in between, it's gonna be a good derby. It's been a good derby, but
What? Clean areas outside of heavy vegetation. That aerial right there, that Humminbird bird's eye view, was the story of this tournament so far, at least for a lot of the morning spots. Finding those clean areas. Sand has been a major, major key throughout this tournament. Back over to Gerald Swindle in Pool 9.
Please don't go fish that mat over there.
I think we saw this one time. I think we did.
Please. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
It was good, though. I mean, it was.
That's worthy of a second look, I think. Don't you? We've had sort of light recreational traffic the last couple of days.
Unless somebody else has come in on that mat.
Well, yeah. Which could be. I mean, summer's going to be over pretty soon in this part of the world.
You're right.
If
Very
you gotta
soon.
Get out. Yeah.
A big rotation into football and hunting soon.
Red one out. Yeah.
Fishing on, catching him steady. Gerald Swindle back over to Brandon Lester.
Looks like somebody caught a lunker.
Working on that. Oh boy, I'll say.
Big pike right there.
Something with
Absolutely.
stockiness to it.
Boy, let's do that all day. Really.
I had to feed it to him.
Like that noise, don't you?
Absolutely. That is heaven.
He'll get rid of that one squeaker, I think. Yeah, he's definitely a keeper.
Brandon Lester might just do that all day because it's fun.
Well, he's put in his work this year. We'll
He
say
has.
that.
And you know, where else are you going to go?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Come on. Punch some mats for the next 6 hours for us. Oh, he has made great adjustments. We have seen him doing so many different things as far as how he has caught them on the upper end of Pool 8 throughout this tournament. I mean, just throttling the pike right now.
Let's see this.
What is happening? Stuck in the trolling motor, Tommy.
Well,
happens.
He's got to deal with it. Brandon hooked up again, man.
That was a good one. Well, dang.
Grandpa's going to tune that net man up too.
Yeah, I think
trust me. I've been there. I have been there. Big Al would light me up like a Christmas tree.
That's part of flipping mats.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I mean, a good one, too. That's the second big one.
Man. Wailing on him.
That is a big one. And I mean, if you've never had pike nuggets, my friend.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my
I mean,
God.
that's like a
Melt
delicacy the world
in your
over.
mouth like just a lump of butter.
How's about we strike up the band with some Striker Daily Trivia, first of the day. First trivia question of the day. What was the big bass from the 2018 Lacrosse Elite right here?
I think I know because I don't think we have seen it this tournament.
Okay, was
Yes.
5'2", 5'8", 5'12", or a 6-pounder. A 6-pounder from here in Lacrosse. That's a big one. That's a big northern bass for sure. Which one is it? That number right there. We'll take ourselves a quick break, come back, and pay it off. Answer it for you.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Hats off to the 10 who have mastered the upper Mississippi here well enough to be fishing on this day.
Wow.
Championship Monday, Striker Daily Trivia related to this area. The most recent tournament here with the Bassmaster Elite Series. What was the big bass from the 2018 Lacrosse Elite 5'2", 5'8", 5'12", or 6 pounds even?
Tommy, I'm going to go heavy. It's either C or D. I'm going to go with D, 6 pounds.
Lonnie?
Huh? C?
I think there's been a 6'1" here, but it wasn't 18, so I'm going to go 5'12".
I think I'm with you on that one. I think I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
Check it
Not
out.
at all. Not at all. Wasn't any.
None of that.
Remotely even close.
Go a long way today. Brock
Way
Mosley
to-
has a 5'8" this week. Scott Martin a 4'6".
Suck at trivia for the end of the season.
We got one more shot. One more shot at it, okay? One more shot.
I don't feel good about it.
No.
I don't.
Because you
I
missed
don't.
it, or?
Underperforming right here in the studio.
Started off strong, ending weak.
You should hear what Such says Monday to Friday about him fooling us in trivia. He loves it.
I'm sure he does.
You get $1.67 for every wrong answer.
Good one. Oh, God. Oh. Berg. That was a giant. Frank. That was a giant. Ah. God, that was a big one.
Look at the size of the hole that it blew.
Frank.
Well, that was the one thing that Chris Johnston said. As fun as that is, you are going to miss some. He has made 2 or 3 big calls doing that. That is a big one, too. That is a 1,000,000% a largemouth, too. Big, big miss for Chris Johnston right there.
Just had a great big one on the frog come off. Had him on for a second or two and he come unbuttoned. Needed that one. Those ones hurt. That's the bad part about frog fishing. With that one, it would have took a lot of pressure off. It was over 3 for sure. Just gotta keep plugging away here. Still need 3 good bites and get them in the boat.
Notice Keith Combs still in pool 8.
Last keeper came about an hour ago.
Well, that was a big miss for Johnston. Big, big, big.
He told us yesterday frog fishing will break your heart sometime.
Your bug of sugar, your average is not good, young man. Sometimes you just keep throwing it around in there, he'll bite it again. Usually they'll bite it in the same cast. They'll keep flipping it around there.
I don't think it's a giant. It might have come off. Nope. Yeah, baby. That's what we're after. 2 more of those. He just slurped it. 2 more. Right in the top of the snout. He hardly ate that thing. But I'll take it. It's a decent one. Do a little culling here. Thank you. I'm just gonna sneak on your knee. Sorry. 2 seconds. Get these things organized. Hey, he's going in the big side. If we call him, they're in trouble.
Boy, coming off a great tournament at Lake Oahe, where he almost pulled off a victory.
Yeah.
Holding the blue trophy. Marathon peak performance. We said it. That dude is a monster. Chris Johnston, whether he's drop shotting them out in 30 to 40 feet of water on Lake Ontario, shallow grass here on the Mississippi River, starting off on his primary smallmouth spot, relocating them about 100 yards away, found better quality this morning. Definitely upgraded that 5 bass limit from what we saw on semifinal Sunday. Stayed there for about 90 minutes doing all of his work this morning on a topwater, which we did not see the first 3 days of competition. Transitioning, and pretty much he has all day long to upgrade with that frog. And he has not given himself that much time to do that style of fishing, basically about 2 hours every day. Marathon peak performance, Chris Johnston in the driver's seat yet again.
All right, it's a good upgrade. 2 more smallies to get rid of.
Let's go.
Let's get 2 more good ones. They're still eating the frog today. High water's not bothering them, apparently.
So
Makes me
much
feel
time
a
to
little
find
bit
two.
better about losing that giant, but if we had him, we'd almost be eating lunch. He did not hit that hard at all. He just slurped it.
Oh my goodness. Please stay on. Dude, what? Glad I threw back the other one. A 2 3/4.
Okay. Yeah.
Back down to Combs.
Well, that aerial is the...
So this spot right here is really kind of similar to the other one. It's a big eelgrass area, and if you can notice, you can kind of see a color change, and that's the water coming down this channel. It has a little bit of color to it. That's the water that's got the current in it. Now, what I'm focusing on is this edge, and you'll notice that it's very clean. In fact, yesterday we got up inside this eelgrass and we could see sand spots down about 4 foot. So, you got a line there, an edge, whatever you want to call it. That's always good in bass fishing. So the other place where we caught them this morning kind of has the same thing. If you look at it, it's got that little bit more muddy water that's coming down the Mississippi, where it's blending with that clean, clear water in that eelgrass. That's where the bait fish want to set. It's a very similar spot. It's a point. Current hits the point, makes an eddy, and this place doesn't have the concentration of fish on it. But just those combinations of things, that's what you're looking for on this fishery, and a lot of places actually, just something a little bit different. This place is so vast and it has so much to fish, and you can get out there and flip and frog and do that forever, but you're looking for those little subtleties that concentrate those fish. And that mud line, that current line, that's what's got them right here.
Well, look right there. You see how much that eelgrass filters out that dirtier water.
Yeah.
Here's one. Here's one. Just had it for a while. I couldn't feel him. Boy, when I hit him, I thought I had one. A big one. He ain't bad. He ain't good, but he ain't bad.
Get rid of that smallmouth, right?
Yes, that smallmouth's getting to swim. Same place where I caught that fish yesterday. Exactly same place. I'm just gonna get off the grass line and get him cold. Spotlight. Losing ounces.
Fascinating to watch that. Fascinating to listen to Keith Combs lay it out for us right there with the visual age of our Humminbird bird's eye view. It just all
Absolutely.
comes together.
I was just going to say that those drone shots tell the entire story of where and how your leaders have caught them.
Keith Combs hanging in there tight. Chris Johnston, oh man, he's usually pretty stoic, but he seems a little bit extra optimistic right now. He knows what a good position he's in. As you say, Marzone, he's got a lot of time to upgrade during the course of the day, but these other guys are not done yet either. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, we're at the Mississippi River, the last stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, and this week it's going to be a grinders tournament. A lot of junk fishing, catch them on topwater, catch them on frogs, and also catching them flipping and pitching the Berkley Maxent Creature Hog with the Berkley Powerbait Chigger Crawl, both in Maxent. It's going to be a crowded areas. A lot of people are fishing on top of each other. The river's down right now. So maximizing on your bites and trying to generate as many bites as possible with this Maxent is going to be critical. 1 or 2 bites a day is going to set you apart from the rest of the pack, and I'm really relying on that Berkley Maxent to get me over that edge.
Good tournament for Hunter Schrei out there. Berkley right bait, right time. This Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is in its final days. The season is on its final day. Absolutely, Ralph, with 10 anglers out there gunning for that trophy. Those trophies are so hard to get. Good look at the amazing layout we have here, the upper Mississippi as it winds through this valley. Back out to Brian Schmidt.
Oh boy. It's a big fish, buddy. Please be a largemouth. It's fast. Yes! Woo! Let's go! And I mean, they're eating it, buddy. Let's go. Let's go. Nice. It's a nice one. It's a nice fish. It's just, we're bleeding. I mean, look at us. It's a bloodbath out here.
Brian Schmidt rolling up on 14 pounds, having a big day so far. Started just under 2 pounds back. Let's get over to Matt Airy, one of the head scratchers today.
Sweet.
Yeah, we talk about it at
They're
break.
piled up on these little mats
Matt
here.
Airy and Brian New struggling this morning.
They were our 2 fastest starters yesterday.
Like I said, if we going down, baby, we going down swinging hard. Nothing like punching little mats in about 6 inches of water and catching fish. Keeper number 2, it ain't big, but let's see, I'll put him over here. Give him company for now. Let's see how many's under that little sucker. Hope there's about 50 under there. And I know my boy Trey back.
It's good to see Matt Airy getting a better mid-morning than his start of his morning. And so wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm going to do 2 fantasy updates today, okay? 2 for the entire day, guys.
Okay.
The first one is going to be a little bit of a brag for the studio crew. I'm going to highlight you, Tommy, Such, myself, and then the other one is going to be highlighting the national spectrum, who has won the overall awards, and we'll know more details as we get towards the end of the day, so I'm going to save that one for last. But when it comes to Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, I've got to give the love to those who have won. And in the studio crew, between Such, myself, and Tommy, our 3-way fight, Mike Such Sukan has taken the title because today today he has Brian Schmidt going, and Tommy does not have anyone who can catch him. So Such is now the king of the studio for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. 52-point victory, possibly more, possibly a little bit less, but enough to secure it. You can see I've made some missteps this year in my 5-man league that has me in 3rd out of our 3 commentary competition in here. But when the tide turns to Mercury Drain the Lake, that is where the leaderboard looks a little bit different this year.
Oh, my God.
18,353 points for myself, Such, and Tommy. They were hanging. They actually had a big lead on me after the first event. That was my biggest misstep. 1,200 points at the St. Johns River. Everybody always thinks of that bad day of fishing. Well, that tournament is the one that's kept me back from being in the top 10 overall for the world.
Ooh.
Sitting in 57th overall in coming into today. I don't think I can move too much. I've got Gerald Swindle fishing today, and he can move up from 8th, but not enough to get me maybe in the top 50, but not into the top 25. So Z, you won't have to take me fishing this year. I won't win overall, but I will say
there's always next year.
99.8% of fantasy fishing players, I beat them. So I'll take that. I'll enjoy winning that one. Congratulations, Tommy. You were just so rock solid throughout the year, but Such got you in Rapala. I got you in Mercury Drain the Lake.
I'm intensely
Tommy,
bitter.
I will absolutely take you fishing next year.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm so bitter that I'm the only person in the studio not wearing a crown. But might as well take a big magic marker and put an L on my forehead.
But see, you got yours earlier this year when you won a specific event. That is something that is very hard to do. So congratulations on that.
Highlight. All downhill from there.
Riding the Drain the Lake is even more impressive that you picked it. We picked it all before the season even began.
Yes,
Everybody else got to see who was hot and whatnot.
There we go. Now it's getting real, baby. Now it's getting real. Probably a 3, don't you think?
Well, getting out of his starting spot for Matt Airy, paying off right now, and you're seeing guys gambling.
Ray's like, you better punch them mats down through there.
Brian Schmidt, one of those anglers, getting away from Stoddard, getting away from the pressure.
I give credit where credit's due. Look, I ain't gonna say. You know, there's guys out here sometimes that want to take credit for, like, I'm not going to sit here and say, I've been fishing this stretch. No, there's a lot of fish on it. But that little punching deal right there, like I said, my buddy Ray Hanselman tipped me off to it. And yesterday when we were fishing, and he had mentioned, he said, if you fish this tomorrow, make sure you punch it. By gosh, we're gonna punch it. We're gonna punch every inch of it. What's weird is these fish are, all the bigger fish seem to be tucked up in there. And all these little fish are out here running this bait. Now that gives me some hope that there's some big ones in this stuff. And I mean, that's a good one. That's a good fish. We ain't done it for, we hadn't made 10 flips, we've caught 4. He came out from in there too because I was on the edge and yo-yoing it. I might have to go to a dang 1.5 ounces here in a minute, or 1.25 ounces.
If you look at the high-end weights, they're probably as good as, you know, they've ever been. So what?
The great thing about this,
what you're dealing with is the guys who are.
I don't need any grass.
Fish. So the guys who are on fish, they're going to keep catching them. It's just there's so few little areas that got them.
Here, Matt Airy talking about Ray Hanselman, showing him a little love yesterday. Ray Hanselman had over 16 pounds doing that yesterday.
Big tournament for him.
Yeah.
He got himself up higher in the AOI race where if we did have 4 opens go
You know to slow it down.
his way,
Like that.
I believe there's still a shot for Ray Henselman.
That's pure duckweed. I'll go hand-to-hand combat with one like that. Just like that. I just said it. I'll go hand-to-hand combat with you, son. I got him. Yeah, wait. He's bleeding, but we go.
Well, there have been some great topwater bites this week, a lot of great frog bites. Just pretty much every time we come here to the stretch of the Mississippi River. It's like it doesn't even matter if they're 2 pounds.
No. Just can't get enough of that
Back over. Tried to catch him, but I can't. He won't call, but. What's on the dinner buffet? Frog legs. I'll go hand to hand with you, big fella. Don't try it this close. I got the discipline of an untrained eater. I got the discipline of a Jenny Craig patient. I will not eat the Oreos till ain't nobody looking. Big pads, big bite right there.
And just like that, we're gonna flip us up a limit, boys and girls. Better start marking some of these fish here in a minute. God mosey. Y'all chill, baby. Chill. That other small one out of there. We'll weigh in that one. We weigh in 5 like that, at least we'll have us a good bag. Right now, we don't have anything. All right, we'll keep the bigger one in its side all to itself. It's fun. I ain't gonna lie, it's fun. Only other time I've been on a super shallow punching bite like this is probably Eufaula. And that's been a minute ago. It's been a while ago.
Ain't no way. Please be a bass. Oh my goodness. Let's go! Whoa! Let's go, dude.
Dude, show it off. It's a nice fish.
That's a nice one. It's a nice. Mwah.
Dude, come on.
Bro. Bro. They're here, bro. That's a green. When I hit him, what do we say? He pulled back. I mean, it's a nice one, dude. I mean, it's a nice fish. 3 1/4. It's a little thin. You know what I mean?
Boy, making the decision to leave his primary starting spot that we have seen him the last 3 days, getting away from the pressure around Stoddard. This spot that he said, if it some way, shape, or form loads up in this tournament, this is the spot he talked about after the day one weigh-in. We really never seen it fire. Obviously, it has here on Championship Monday for Brian Schmidt.
Oh, he's got a lot of positive memories of this place, a lot of achievements here at this very spot.
And that is hard to do, man.
Yeah.
Leaving where you caught them, that's impressive.
Chris Johnston, Brian Schmidt, very, very tight at the top of the leaderboard right now. We will take a quick break. Come back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Please tell me they're going to keep catching them like this all day long. That's kind of been the way it's happened here at the Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River, Guaranteed Rate, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Final day. 10 anglers out there today. We have a long way to go before this one is settled. A big battle at the top of the leaderboard. Blows exchanged back and forth between Brian Schmidt and Chris Johnston. Keith Combs having a good day as well. So we have set the table for a big one. Could be very, very tight at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Very, very close up at the top. A lot of work to be done, but definitely we have seen a lot of these anglers in the top 10 throughout the last few days go on major, major flurries. One of those anglers, we'll look at Matt Airy. Very slow start compared to yesterday and the day before. Not the case the last, I don't know, call it 6 minutes. Matt Harry punching very, very small, blowed in, isolated mats. Tommy, we don't have many of these left. You know what they are?
What?
They're called the Power Pole Replay of the Day.
Yes, you're right.
We don't have many left for the season, left for the day.
Kind of makes me sad.
It makes me very sad, Ronnie. Power Pole Replay of the Day is Matt Airy leaving that primary area. Isolated mats, punching. Did not get to see a lot of flipping. Every time we come here, a major, major factor. Well, it's turned into a factor here on the final day for Matt Airy and Brandon Lester. Saying he got a little love from Ray Hanselman from Texas, catching a big bag yesterday in this area, over 16 pounds. Shows just how quickly and how many fish could get under these small mats. Matt Airy, you're the Power Pole Replay of the Day.
Hansel's so hot.
Oh, it came off. Gosh. Dang it. Couldn't tell what he was. Salad, anybody? Because I got you. I saw him for a second, but...
For Matt Airy, let's get over to Drew Benton. It's been a while since we checked in with Drew. Hanging in there at 6th place as it stands right now.
There's one. I think it's a pike.
No.
With a bass or a pike? Little bass. He got a mouthful. I don't know if he's 14 or not. Oh yeah, 14.
We'll keep for Drew Benton. Back down south to Gerald Swindle.
Phenomenal fishing, man.
Oh God,
It really is.
It never stops.
I said
love
this. I said this on the first day. If there's ever somewhere to take a kid to go fishing,
Sure looked like he had it. I don't think he's no size, but I'm gonna wrestle him like he is. He might call that one. I don't know. I'm gonna check him. All right. I'm gonna check him in the pumping this water out and get that blood out of there.
well, great shots from all the cameramen and women on the Bassmaster Elite Series this entire season, but this one absolutely at the top of the list. Back over to Drew Benton at the top of Pool 8.
Oh, there's a bite. Little one. A little one. But I might have 5 now. A little bitty 5. Oh, yep. Numero 5. Call him 112.
Most of those in this live well, not small, he's not having trouble catching them today. Just needs to find some bigger ones. Brian Schmidt has found some big ones. He's on top of our leaderboard.
Oh my, I see him.
He hit it when I started reeling.
It's not gonna help. This is a strong smallmouth. It's a nice one. Hear me out on something. I'm having a lot of fun. Like, I'm having a lot of fun.
Yeah, me too.
Like, if I didn't, my son's birthday's September 1st, I gotta get home. But
How far are you from home?
15. But dude, I would stay, because this is like fun.
You know, we all miss birthdays. It's part of it, Tommy.
Barely missed the
That's
cut.
right. There's nobody feeling sorry for him right now. Having a big day, Brian Schmidt. Absolutely one of the best fishermen ever on the Potomac River, and you're seeing some of that knowledge transpire for sure in this tournament. Back up to Drew Benton live.
Feels small. Nice, swimming right at me. Yeah, that's what I thought. But I do have one really small one. Yeah, he'll call that one. Let's see which one it was.
Drew Benton, former Rookie of the Year.
Should be number 2.
Elite Series champion a few years back. Right, Travis, back over to Matt Airy.
Oh, it's a pike. False alarm there. I ain't flipping him in the boat. You got me going there for a minute there, you old toothy critter. Show me that hook. Where is the hook? I can't see it because of the... Bye-bye.
Took Matt Airy a little while to find his groove today, but boy, he's done very well, jumping all the way up into the top 5. Good stuff for him and all our 10 anglers today, working so hard to try to get somewhere inside of that trophy. Today we got coming up live mix here. Next, our coverage continues on Bassmaster.com. After that, Dave Mercer and Davey Height going to give us some on-location coverage from right there in La Crosse, Wisconsin, and our live continues 1 p.m. taking you all up to within an hour of the weigh-in time. We're not gonna spoil it, as Dave Mercer says.
Yes, we will.
But we spoil it in different ways. We got a million ways to do that. Thanks for being with us this morning. We got plenty more on the way from La Crosse.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
That's still bait right here. I seen the bait wiggling around in the mat right there. Isolated pad on an isolated mat. Calling that the 1-2 go-getter right there. We still live? Hi, Mom. I hope my mom's doing good, you know. Oh, you dirty rascal, Mom. I didn't want to cuss in front of everybody on the TV, Mama, so just stand by. I'm going to catch this one for you, boo-boo. My mom's been getting sick here lately and having a little rough go at it, so. Hi, Mom. I should have just kept twitching and I thought it was gone, but. I did everything in the world flipping back on them, and they ain't bit, but I ain't a quitter, so here you go. You never know. Today might be the day they all want to buy the old punching rod. And I don't know exactly, like sometimes they don't get it if they don't just squirrel out through there. They're not even in that hole. You got a much better chance of catching them if they never lose sight of it. Plenty deep up under that. I ain't scared to try them a couple more casts. I got to try another frog on that one. The other one's had it. You know that big rascal didn't quite leave the area.
Good place for one right there.
Well, you just got to take your time, pick out the outside ones first. I mean, it's like textbook bass fishing. If I do that, then I'll screw up anything right here, David. You can't throw right in the juice to begin with. I know it's killing you. Get hung. That's why you don't do it, because you get hung on reed and screw it all up.
Wondering if my fish just didn't come off them lily pads and just waited to right there to hit it.
GoPro's not working. We have turned into a big old flat back here.
I just get it from you here just a second. I'm gonna go in this little backwater frog.
Feels like a lot longer than that, don't it?
Come on, fish. 3 box. Well, maybe I'll catch a big one right here for everybody on live mix. Right in here.
It just gets the eel a little too much.
Let's hit this little outside corner first.
Feel him just breathing on it that time.
All right, tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go back up through that stretch. I'm gonna put a smaller bait on, and I'm gonna get a little further back in that stuff instead of just flipping the edges here. That way it should slide in there a little bit better. Move on with that.
I don't think I have a 3-pounder yet. Look at it. Nope. I need some fat largemouth. 2 3/4. So no 3s. Correct.
All right, guys, we're still right here where we started. I know I said I wanted to expand on it, but I've caught 4, 5 quality largemouth on one exact cast here. Caught 1 on a top water and 4 on a Carolina rig baby destroyer, but still getting a bite every once in a while. I feel like we got a really good start for today. Do I want to leave this, let them reposition? Like occasionally they're still, like they just blew up right there. There's smallmouth blowing up everywhere, and every once in a while there's a big largemouth or 2 that blow up right here. Really, really good start. I feel like in order to win this, we're gonna need we're going to need this place to reload again this afternoon, give us another shot, and maybe get 1 or 2 big ones elsewhere within sight of here. I just feel like this zone has a lot of bait and has some really, really good quality that hasn't been getting fished for a lot in this tournament, which is a big thing. There's a lot of places that got big fish that are getting split up amongst other anglers, and don't get me wrong, you know, most of my 17-10 the first day came from one of those areas, but
I mean, you know, the other deal is,
yeah, so that's where we're at. We got 4 real nice ones. One that is pretty good that needs to go, but I'm very, very happy that I got rid of that one earlier that was going to probably not make it alive to weigh in. It's just one of those, you know, deals like today, you don't need a limit, you need big ones. So I'm having fun. It's a lot of fun, you know. This place is a special fishery. In my opinion, it's kind of showing out. I mean, the weights are very, very good. You know, I really feel like a guy that everything goes right could get, you know, an 18, 19 pound bag out of this fishery, you know, right now. Not saying that we're on that kind of fish, but it's definitely not on the decline. But stay tuned. Hopefully we will set the hook on a few more big fish today and, you know, make a run at this thing.
20 minutes, okay. Are you seeing any other barges coming later in the day? I know you filling back that almost go on. It's probably the
Smartest move I made, dude. And see, I told myself last night I would do that. And it's hard to do it in the heat of the moment when they're biting, you know?
Okay. Especially when it's a nice fish.
A nice one. Is that Tommy? What are you doing, man?
Good luck, Brian. Get these photos up.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
How you been, Tom? I found a special little place right here.
Frog. Was it big?
Please let me catch your hind end.
We're getting thick up in it now on live, I can tell you that. We need eating frog snot. I'm getting closer to see if I can get in this lake back here. I'm gonna have to fish around this flat. With it being frog that's slimed over, I can't really see where to run, so I'm gonna have to troll in here and just see. I mean, I might not be able to get there. Well, as long as we keep getting bites, we ain't hurting ourselves. And like I said, you just don't know. I mean, where the next bite's coming from. You think you could. I mean, I know that lily pads and has been a big key for me. The isolated pads with the duckweed in it. And of course, this has milfoil on it, which is not typical what I've seen up there on pool 8. You know. So I kind of know what I'm looking for, but you don't exactly know where every bite. You can't call your shot. Well, sometimes I shouldn't say it. Sometimes you can, but these big mass areas like this, just flat. You just got to run through here fishing because it could be a 6-pounder, it could be a 4-pounder. I can tell you, I ain't seen nobody else fishing for them, locals or nobody. So if he's here, he should be just about hungry and just about as dumb as I am. And that makes a really good combination for me, the fisherman. See how thin that is there? I like that. You're gonna really be able to move some water right there. He gets ready to go snack time, you'll know it.
Beaver.
Especially in one of them thin places like that where you can. And that's the ironic factor of it. Once they do it one time. A lot of bait right in here, even though it's super shallow.
He ain't close either. Boy, oh boy, this sucks.
Bass skin.
This is a crock of crap. Let's go. So however you put them in, almost like a 214. Yeah, so we came in here to a little stretch where I've been catching some on a sand drop here, and you can see the drop right here. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Runs all the way down this bank, and there's some mats blown up in this reed line here, and I know my buddy Ray was catching some here flipping yesterday. And he had mentioned if you fish that same stretch. Yesterday he told me when we was getting ready to weigh in, he said make sure you try punching that stuff. And thanks to Ray, we went down through there and hit a little flurry and caught 4, lost 1 or 2. We're gonna go back down through it later. We're gonna let it rest for a little bit. I do think there's some potential in there to catch a big one or 2. We caught 1 decent one, 1 pretty nice one, and then 3 small keepers. But I'm gonna try expanding on this a little bit out through here and just see what happens and see if we can't get a bite on this little island here. And if we can, we'll keep trying to expand on this deal, because it's a trip and it's a lot of fun. You see how shallow it is. I mean, it's a foot deep in this stuff. But one thing about the Mississippi River is these fish, they'll sit and they'll feed with their backs out of the water. They get as shallow here as anywhere we go, ever. And that suits me just fine. Our primary area didn't pan out today, and I was a little disappointed. We caught 6 fish in there and not a single keeper, and we hadn't done that all week. So we may revisit it later. I haven't decided yet, but when there's good quality in that area, it just has been absolutely beat to death. I noticed several of the guys that have been starting in there bailed pretty early today. I think Brian New bailed pretty early. I didn't even see another boat in there. I know Schmidt had been fishing in there quite a bit, but he had another area he was going to, he said. And we may revisit it here in just a little bit just to keep it honest, because it is a place that could produce some big largemouth, and that's what we need. I meant to turn my phone off. I'm getting ready to turn it off. Scam likely. You know when your phone says scam likely, can't be important. This just isn't the same as that stuff back there, and this is kind of more choked out. Get that current running through here like this though, and no reason why one shouldn't set up in something like that right there. Let's keep them honest with the worm here.
I'd like to catch a big smallmouth down through here somewhere. They get on these sand drops good, and they were on them pretty good in practice, but they just didn't. They hadn't shown up in the tournament yet. Well, we're going to run a few more of these little deals here in a minute and see if they do show up somewhere.
I think your chances are better off going down there and winning this thing than staying here and keep going between these same two holes. It's just gonna, I gotta come through and give myself an hour. So I got a 25-minute run back. So at 1:30, I need to be back through that lock. That gives me an hour to fish and 30 minutes to run. So at 1:30, we'd have to be back. I think we're going to do it. I think it's if I catch about a 5-pounder right now, I'd probably change my mind. Because that's a 20-minute stop, just like this is. I mean, this is 20-minute stops. That's all they are. Just like those 3 spots down there, it's a 20 minutes. I gotta go. Pretty quick. Just a second. Can you see anything? That's where they like to sit, right in there.
Yeah. Huh? You got that GoPro?
Yeah, it's not even 11. I'll be down there at 11:30. I'll fish for 1 hour. I'll be back at the lock at 12:30. Lock back through, be in this pool at 1. That makes sense to me. Is that him? Let's ride over there to lock and see what's going on.
Yeah, they are boiling up there. We're gonna go up there. There's a couple busting. We'll come back and do this after.
Box. Well, time to do something fun for everybody watching. There it is. Oh, I had one. Dang. Maybe we found them.
If that's so, every fish back in this lake ought to be in this ditch where it's deep. Because all this is average to foot and a half. So I like to troll across it first and just kind of feeling my way in to see if I knock something off with a trolling motor.
Right. It's 2 bites. Come on. There he is. Now we just need to connect with the big one.
Well, all in here, so any bass fisherman knows what that means. You got grass, you got bass. And I have seen tons of bait just flying around through here. But if you figure out that little stretch in here, you might sit the boat in one place and get 15 or 20 bites. That's the way it's been this whole week. Get my trolling motor cleaned off, I can kind of start filtering the depth to know what I'm up against. I'm trying to backwash it so I can tell. Now, I should be able to get a better reading. Oh, I hate it when you do that right here in the peak of that deer hunt. That thing's raring up on me. Act like I want to go somewhere. 50 yards from the supposedly deep water. I hope they're gobbed up in there like a pack of gobber stoppers at the movie theater. Just sit here and peel the feet off of them, just face slap them.
Big one, or a good one, I should say. Feels better than a 10-incher. Oh, it's a pike. These things right here, we need to have a pike tournament.
feeling pretty decent. Like, I was hoping I had a couple 3-pounders, but I really don't have a 3-pounder. I weighed them, so I'm very close. But I just got down to where I weighed 4 of my 5 yesterday. Just saw 1 or 2 blow up and just missed one. I don't know how big it was. So I just need 2 good bites, and this area's been good to me. So we're probably gonna give this about 2 hours. We got lots of time, but you see one boiled right up there. There's still some fish around, so it's a good sign. I missed one right up here in this mat. I don't know how big it was. It just bunted it.
Look at that big old lake back in there. Just one big old pile of duckweed. Just calling our name. Hollering, give me what you got, shortstop. Where's that at? Down to 2.5, 2 foot, 2.5. It's getting deeper. Pad just popping. Call that Lockmaster.
This is dumb.
I think he's a keeper. Not much of one, but okay. Oh yeah.
2-pounder. 2 pounds more than I had a minute ago. Oh yeah, that's 4. We got 4, man. All right.
Not much happening. We're time's ticking. I want to be in that lock, you know. This guy's just sitting there. Gate's open. Lock's open. I guess he's just getting everything in order to move on out. I'm killing time on a place I'm probably not going to catch one right now, but I'm trying to make a logical decision. I mean, if he would come on out in the next 10 minutes, which it looks like he's going to, I mean, I think I can. If I can be down there, if I can be down there at 11:30, but that ain't gonna happen. Yeah, it might. If he comes out right now, I could be down there at 11:30. I could be back at 1. He's moving, ain't he? Yeah. Moving, ain't Jake? I believe he is. Yeah, he's coming out. Here we go again. I want to go on over there and so they know what I'm trying to make sure they know that I'm trying to slip in there behind him, and hopefully they're not going to close the gates and. He's got to give me that green light. I don't want to get messing around that current either. That dude's pushing a lot of it.
That is small. Dang it. Oh, there were some big ones with him.
Yeah. Let's get on in there.
I'm going to run this for a little while and see what happens. Took long enough.
I'll float it. I'll float. Thanks.
body. Feels better.
These guys are awesome. Best lock masters in the world, dude. I mean, they are here to help us out. You don't get that everywhere, you know. You're already kind of stressed out because your time's limited when you lock, and there's a lot of variables. But you know, they're just going to let us float, let us slip in right behind the barge. We timed that probably as good as possible. It's 10:53 now. It takes about 20 to drop this out. So maybe we're gonna get through here by 11:10. Be down there at 11:30. Fish for 1 hour. And we'll be back here at 1. That'll give us 1 hour in this pool. That's the best thing I can come up with. That's my best strategy. I think that maximizes, you know, as you can kind of see, all my places are, they're quick. We get in there, we catch them, and then it's done. You got to rest it for another hour or so. So what this is going to let me do is, I know I'm moving around a lot, and it's a lot of running and crazy stuff, but I'm going to be able to run down there. I'm going to hit 20 minutes per spot. Then I'm going to be able to come back up here and hit those 1 or 2 key places one more time. And if I can catch a 4-pounder on at least 2 of those 5 stops, I mean, that's my goal weight, you know, get to that 17 pounds. 2 4-pound fish and we'll be there.
God, come on. Them freaking good ones, too. Look at that. God. Thank you, Lord. At least 3 more. What a relief. All right, let's go.
We're about to make a move.
spit up a shad of some sort. He's got to be 14. Come on, I gotta get back out there. Come on, baby doll.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
$200 days ago, our season kicked off in Palatka, Florida on a winding river, and we returned to a river fishery to finish the season right here in beautiful Crosse, Wisconsin. The final day of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River, but not just of this event, of the Elite Series for 2022. And atop the leaderboard, a name that we have gotten used to seeing there a lot this year, Chris Johnston with 62 pounds, 15 ounces. Brian Schmidt in second, a former Elite Series champion. And Keith Combs, the only angler in the top 10 that needs that win, and you're in, so you can't help cheer for him. I'm Dave Mercer. I just moved the hole that makes the words, but I'm joined by Davey Height, two-time Angler of the Year and Bassmaster Classic champion, and we're going to catch you up on the action and all the doings that have been going on this particular body of water for the 9th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, and you know what it is. It's the Yamaha Midday Report, and Davey Height, let's get started with Matt Airy.
Yeah, Matt Airy got off to a little bit slower start today than he has, but here's the big thing. He picked up a big flipping stick and a heavy weight and started punching. He said that he had got a little heads up from Ray Hanselman about need to be sure and punch that thicker vegetation. He did that in, I think, 12 minutes. He caught his 5-fish limit, and look at there, really good quality size there for Matt Airy here. Currently in 4th place, but gosh, this is going to be so close. Certainly anybody in the top 5 has a chance to win today.
Championship Mondays are always fun, but a little more fun when we got the G-Man in the mix.
It's always fun, even on live mix when you just listening in the boat with Gerald Swindle is certainly fun to be able to join him while he's out there fishing. Gerald Swindle, one of the anglers that kind of put a little more on the line, locking down to pool 9 to get away from some of the fishing pressure, and it's definitely worked out for him. Gerald Swindle is someone that everybody that's a bass fishing fan would love to see him raise a blue trophy over his head.
This is the only Elite Series event that all season long you have winning, you're in. You win this event and you are in the Super Bowl of bass fishing. And Keith Combs is the only angler in top 10 looking to cash that chip in.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned earlier, you can't help but pull for him a little bit because he's had a very difficult season for Keith Combs standards, but a great tournament here, and winning you're in. He would be in a classic, would totally change his season 180 degrees. So got to pull for him a little bit. He changed his strategy a little bit today. He started in pool 8 and just in the last 15 minutes or so locked down to pool 9. Said he's only going to fish there for about an hour and then come back up into pool 8.
This incredible aquatic playground that is grass-filled. It's an incredible body of water to compete on, but a guy that always catches them in the grass, Brian Schmidt.
Yeah, it's really incredible. Brian Schmidt, one of the best anglers on the Chesapeake Bay, the Potomac River, that whole region that is very, very similar to this, Dave Mercer. You know, a lot of expansive grass flats, very little contour change on these flats if you're not in the river itself, and that's what Brian Schmidt definitely excels at. We saw him at Harris Chain, very similar situation, big grass flat, have a great tournament there, but Brian Schmidt always looking for those little subtle changes offshore. Most of his fish this week have come from a small depression where the grass isn't as high as the area around it.
Brian Schmidt, a former Bassmaster Open winner and an Elite Series title already to his resume, would love to finish this season off in the mix. And as I said, anytime grass is in play, Brian Schmidt is going to be in the mix. You check that out. Fantasy fishing players, keep that in mind. If there's grass, Brian Schmidt going to be a player. Always a player, doesn't matter where he goes. Quickly becoming a juggernaut on the Bassmaster Elite Series, Chris Johnston.
He really is. And Dave, you've known Chris and Corey a lot longer than I have, and you said they're going to be impressive when they get on Elite Series, but I'll have to say they've been out here for several years, but this season is in particular for Chris Johnston, absolutely incredible. He's not just a smallmouth fisherman like I'll have to admit, I thought their first few years out here, but they absolutely excel in these grass situations, throwing frogs, flipping, just very versatile. This week he's caught a lot of his fish on a Ned rig, a vibrating jig, a little more top water and frog action for him here this morning.
All the Kawartha lakes that they grew up fishing on look very, very similar to this body of water. But Davey, one thing that doesn't look similar this week is where we're standing. Our weigh-in was at the La Crosse Loggers facility, and I mean, a pretty incredible experience so far, but it's Championship Monday. I mean, last day of school.
Yeah, last day of the 2022 season. Really surprising that it's all kind of gone by so quickly. But a lot of these anglers I know with a lot of them coming from the deep south, driving this far up to South Dakota and then here to La Crosse, Wisconsin, are ready for a ride home in a few weeks off, but they'll have a few months off.
A few months off, but lots of action still to come. We welcome in all our viewers watching all around the world on this very rare Championship Monday. We'll give you a school note, a work note, whatever you need. Just put some headphones on. Don't tell your boss you're watching, because it is Championship Monday, the final championship day of the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series, and we have a camera on Gerald Swindle.
There he is. That may be the one we need right there, too. That feels good. Oh, he's got two more big ones with him. He had two more big ones with him, dude. Damn, we'll just keep calling them out. Dude, he had two really nice ones with him. That's a fatty, ain't it? Back to this live well now, do this. Put bigger boy Troy's in there. Hanging in there, ain't you, buddy?
Gerald Boat Swindle doing some culling. But an angler that's got a lot of coverage this week, not just for this tournament, but for his incredible season. Kicked it off with a win in the Bassmaster Opens, followed that up with an Elite Series win down in Tennessee, and Brandon Lester now trying to finish off the season with a title here today.
Yeah, a lot of money on the line today, not only for winning this event, but Angler of the Year money, and most of these anglers can move up. And in the top 10 Angler of the Year money, it's definitely big changes. So they're fishing for 2 paydays, really, here today. Brandon Lester having one of the best seasons, probably the best season he's ever had with the 2 wins. But he's been one of those anglers that you knew was going to be battling or win an AOI or a Bassmaster Classic. He's just been that consistent since he came out here on the Elite Series. Every year seems to get better and better.
Brandon Lester actually mentioned that at takeoff this morning. He said, everybody says I'm in second, and he says, but if Chris wins and I finish 10th, I'm actually in 3rd. So I need to move up a few spots to secure second place in Angler of the Year and get a little bit more of that money from Progressive.
A lot of calculations in these anglers' mind, whether they, you just think they're thinking about what bait to throw or what move to make next, but they're thinking about where they finish and making the Classic, winning AOI, the money that's handed out for the AOI places. And then Keith Combs just a little bit ago was calculating how much time it was going to take him to lock, how much time he'd spend on 3 places down in Pool 9. Needs 2 4-pounders to give him a chance to win. And if you look, he doesn't see the standings, but if you look at him, that's exactly right. He needs 2 more pounds.
You're live.
All right, guys, we're still here, grinding away. I really wanted to leave it and come back, but every time I almost do that, I catch a good one. I feel like just the presence of my boat here could spook these fish a little bit. But every time, like I said, every time I'm like, all right, I'm gonna leave and let it rest, I catch a good one. We got 5 quality fish. I just, we need 2 big bites. This place has gotten better for whatever reason. I don't know why. I haven't spent as much time here. I thought it was a smallmouth spot in the morning. The smallmouth bite here really, really good. And then it seems like they peter away and the largemouth show up, but I really feel like with the sun, it's positioning. We got, I can't tell if that's Chris there. Bottom line is they're getting more in position here, and it seems like just a 50-yard stretch has them. I've given them multiple presentations. They don't seem to want to bite anything but a Carolina rig. And I don't know. It's been a very, very good day. I would love this to work out, but you never know how it's going to end up. I got to get home to my son's birthday. He's turning 8. If I didn't have to do that, I might even stay and fish another day. It's been so much fun, but we're gonna keep grinding. We're gonna really focus in here and maybe make a little move and come back to it. But stay tuned. We still got a little room we can grow. I said my son's turning 8, he's turning 9. Pretty sure. Yeah. I'm just nervous, guys. Let me get back here in position. Brian New just came over to me. He's got 0, which I was scared that the area that a bunch of us were sharing was going to get tough. You know, depending on what he does over there, if he doesn't catch anything, I might tell him to try to catch a couple here to salvage his day. But really, really, really would like to be able to let this rest and come back to it. Maybe go do a little frogging up shallow or flipping or something like that.
Davey, are we hearing a little on the water, I don't know what it would be, gamesmanship? Because he's saying Brian New told him he has no fish.
Yep,
but
zero was the word I
Track,
think he used, zero.
Zero.
And Bass Track's got him at 10 pounds. So sometimes Bass Track is off, but sometimes maybe he's considering 10 pounds to be zero, and he really wants to get in on the spot. Well, they do share fishing locations. We'll have to clear that out. Clear that up this afternoon.
You never did that, did you know?
Well,
I might have underestimated. I don't think I ever said zero.
We had the first few days, and there's a lot more water coming over it, so it doesn't position them in those two places. So I'm not saying that deal is completely out of the question, but it just wasn't working out. And now we've moved down the river, and we're hitting these current seams on the head end of these islands and stuff, and I'm getting a lot of bites. I'm just not getting the quality. Just hoping to run into the right school of them. But it's been a slow go for me so far.
Drew Benton has had an incredible season, Davey. I mean, he literally, maybe his best season ever. I mean, yeah. I know he didn't have a win this year, but as far as consistency, really,
he really has. Season. He really has. And you think Drew Benton and Drew Cook, you think sight fishermen, but there's a whole lot more versatile and well-rounded than just being sight fishermen. They both do a good job catching them from south to north, north to south, east to west.
Seagulls will normally tell you where they're at.
Every time I ask him why it's going so well, he doesn't hide it, doesn't he? Said, I got married, I'm in love, I've got a baby on the way, life is going good, and when that happens, fishing goes good.
Yeah, you know, that's something anglers don't talk about as much as maybe we wish they would.
Now, the man in question that we're wondering whether there was maybe some fibbery, Brian New.
All right, Brian, tell us about your day and this interesting turn of events.
Well, what I pretty much expected to happen, happened. Stoddards dried up. I'm sure there was some bass caught in there, but I wasn't willing to sit there and die, so I run all my bars and caught plenty of fish, but they were all short. So I run over here. Now they're schooling around me. I caught 5 smallmouth. They're schooling all over the place here now. It's like they'll do it for a minute and just go like 20 minutes without doing it. Caught a few on a speed crawl and Carolina rig, a few on a spook. I've only caught 6 or 7. There they are over there. It's like I hate to run all around, but dang, when I see exactly where they're at, I have to. It hadn't been pretty at all, but man, I'm just very fortunate I'm not going to zero. I was very, 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 very worried about that. I mean, there's one. That's a decent one, I think. Come on, baby, let me get you in the boat. They ain't huge, but dadgum, they're a lot bigger than nothing.
So he's culling, but listening to him there, when he called that fish not huge, but a lot better than nothing, he's just considering those 5 2-pounders nothing. I guess, maybe, no,
I guess. I mean, that's what he's gonna say, even if he was lying. Or maybe he'll say I had 0 from that spot. There's always a way around. Listen, I think Brian New is one of those guys that people, because of his kind of down-home kind of attitude, people take him for granted. But, man, he is going to fill his freezer full of meat, and I mean trophies, the next few years.
Chris Johnston with a 2-pound lead. A little over 2 pounds. That's what he left the dock with this morning, Dave.
Yeah, that 2 pounds is a big lead, but man, we've seen it every single afternoon. Key big bites. I mean, we've seen an Angler of the Year title won by a key bite in the afternoon, and I think it'll happen again.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass! Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Stop 9 and the final day of competition for the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series, the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River in beautiful La Crosse, Wisconsin. Explore lacrosse.com. Make sure to check it out and thank them for bringing the Elite Series back here for the 5th time. And a guy that would love to put the seatbelt around his 2nd Elite Series title and head a little south and then north across the border is Chris Johnston. Now, his brother has been busily making some social media videos. I think distracting great.
Oh, come on. Be a bass. And be a 3. I don't think it's gonna be that big. Looky there. That might be our first bona fide 3.
Solid fish for him. It's interesting to watch. Oftentimes they don't even know if they have the right species until they uncover them from the grass.
Need a 4, but
look how he looks at the fish. It's like he doesn't even care.
Upgrade. Sure.
Oh, gotta call the trials and tribulations of being Chris Johnston.
I saw this one come and wake it. Actually, he's not that big. Not even. Not as big as I was hoping.
Had a good day in the Mississippi River if that doesn't help.
Exactly. That's a solid 3-pounder.
Chris Johnston has seemingly been, at the halfway point of several tournaments this year. He's had the lead, but held on to it going out on day number 3. About a 2-pound lead, and his performance here on the final day is our marathon peak performance.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. You look at Chris Johnston's tournament, he's been solid from start to finish, and has just been able to catch 1 or 2 quality fish. And when I say quality fish here on the upper Mississippi, talking about 4-pounders. And he has separated himself each and every day a little more from the people getting that 2-pound lead today, which is quite a bit here. But like you mentioned, every day we have had an angler or two make a strong run late in the day. One in particular was Keith Combs, so that might happen again today. But one of those anglers that are trying to catch Chris Johnston is going to have a 4 and maybe even a 5-pounder, and they are very few and far between. But that's why Chris Johnston's peak performance, not only today but all week long, catching the little bit bigger fish each and every day, that 4-pounder makes all the difference in the world.
And that big bite could come at the very end of this day. But the problem is, it could also come from Chris Johnston.
What's on my
It
mind?
might not be
I need
done.
a big fish to eat this frog and stay hooked. Just missed one here. I don't know if it was a pike or a bass. Had a couple opportunities, definitely one real good one. I lost there earlier and had a couple hooked up here. I don't know how big. I want to win this one. I feel like it's been forever since I won one. And you don't get opportunities like this very often, so I got to take advantage of this little lead. I need to get to 15 pounds, I think, to really make them catch them.
Certainly agree with everything he said. You don't get these opportunities. Even if you're Chris Johnston, you don't get them
in front of the right one.
Every tournament.
I think this is actually the exact spot I caught the 4.5 yesterday. The reason I know that is because I made about 10 casts here. What the heck is that?
Wow.
Not sure what that was.
It's always good to have a few schooling fish while you're throwing a frog.
Doing one more pass down here, and we're gonna go fish some different stuff.
Tough to leave Chris Johnston in it. Speaking of tough, it's tough to imagine what he accomplishes with all the distraction. Oh,
come on!
Distractions he feels from his roommates.
Stay hooked up.
They do love. Well, we're going to stay with Chris Johnston. We're not going to.
Yeah, it was tough to leave him, but it's extra tough to leave him when he has one trying to eat his frog.
They're boiling again down there.
Just a miss
from Chris Johnston to another Elite Series champion, Brian New.
Brian New now from Saluda, South Carolina, was my hometown up until, I guess 10 or 12 years ago. Moved 15 miles up the road to 96, South Carolina.
Largemouth.
Oh boy.
Hey, bud.
Definitely helped us. I've got some
super fluke.
Some info from Ronnie Moore. Brian New did have 0 at 10:30, about the time he talked to.
Get him off.
Oh. Skeeter Boat's big fish alert. Not just an alert, but a visual at the exact same time. Over-delivering today on the final championship Monday of the season, Davey Height.
Big fish alert. Skeeter Boat, big fish alert. 3 pounds, 8 ounces. Certainly helps Brian New. And he did have, like I was saying, he did have 0 at 10 o'clock. So that just shows how quickly things can change here on Mississippi. These fish are grouped up, and it's kind of feast or famine. The groups either set back up overnight or not, and you find out real quick.
Well, 10 anglers left in our field, and one of them just happens to come from a multi-generational fishing dynasty, and that is Scott Martin, his father, a 19-time Bassmaster winner, and Scott Martin trying to chase down his first ever Bassmaster title. But he has 7 big wins at the FLW Tour.
We talked about a lot of pressure here on this last event. Scott Martin had some pressure. He had to have a good tournament to make the Bassmaster Classic, and he's done that.
That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one right there. There we go. That's a 2.5. Just can't hardly work the bait. It's the main issue. Right there. There you go, boys. How about that? That gives us 5. We got to get rid of everything to win. But maybe we can just have a good time and get paid for it. How about
One of
that?
the few anglers we have not seen throwing a frog very often. He's fishing offshore, these little depressions and current seams where these fish group up in schools.
Yeah, it seems every time we come here, you do get one angler offshore a little, you know, but it just doesn't. The majority of that, I think it's just so appealing. Like, it's literally postcard bass fishing. You can do all the things that made us all fall in love with this sport.
You really can, and you can catch fish doing all those different things. The big key is finding a lure and a location that has those little bit bigger fish.
Man, if this wind.
A great shot there from that aerial. You see the current seam, the difference in the water clarity. We can learn so much looking at drone pictures, views like that. Absolutely incredible. That's what you look for.
That's a big one. Oh, wow, look at that one. Look at that
Fish
one,
sitting
guys.
right up on the edge,
Wow.
and he's catching them every cast right now.
Wow.
Good one here.
There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Where you been? Where you been, man? Came here yesterday. Try to hang out. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one.
I don't know of any other place really off the top of my head that you catch largemouth and smallmouth in vegetation in 2 and 3 feet of water consistently all summer long.
We're about to catch some fish right here, dude. I found this the first day of practice, like a week ago. I was like, I don't even know why they're here. I still really don't know why they're here, but they're here. I stopped here yesterday, caught like 10 small ones. No good. Okay. All right, so that was pretty good. There's a little baby one in here. There's a little baby one in there. Ow, my hand is hurting so bad, dude. It's that one. Look at that.
Good call.
I mean,
there
I'm gonna
for
have to
him.
go to the ER, dude.
I want to see him make another cast. That's fun. Every cast there, the last
Let's catch a bag
3
of fish
casts,
right
I think. I don't think he's done yet.
All right.
Throwing a vibrating jig, and that's what we've seen him catch most of his fish on this week. Some other anglers mixing that in with some baits, but he's really stuck with the
Come on, come on.
vibrating jig.
Yeah. Oh, look at him right here. Right here. Live drone, live action, like Turtle Man. Live action. That guy was awesome. Yeah. Oh. Oh, another good one. Another good one, guys. Another good one. Another good one. Oh, yeah. Nice fish. Oh. There we go. That's awesome. That's awesome. I don't know if he's, I think he's bigger than this other one. I think he is. Oh yeah. We just cold up.
Solid culls here in the last few minutes.
Okay, let me get right here. I gotta get
maybe not a 1 pound culls, but probably 12 ounces or so those last 2 culls.
And Scott Martin says live action. Live action and lots of it from Scott Martin. And Scott Martin, happy to be here on Championship Monday. And I'd say that would make him our Jack Link's Hook the Beast.
I think he's real big. I mean giant if it's a bass. Bam, baby! First cast with a little adjustment. First cast with an adjustment, 4-pounder, dude. They didn't even get to the bottom. They didn't even get to the bottom, boys. Woo, look at that right there. Look, that's a humpback. That's a Mississippi humpback. Yeah, that was awesome, dude. I threw it out there, it sunk to the bottom. It just was tight. I was like, huh? Pow! Dude, the winning bag is right out there. I'm telling you, dude. Those are bass on the stream. Woo! Nice, dude. Give me some of that. That's Bassmaster's Classic for sure. That's a big one.
Look at the size of that bass! Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage in beautiful La Crosse, Wisconsin, the final day of Bassmaster Elite Series competition. One of the things I'm going to miss in the off-season is this right here, Striker Daily Trivia. Question is, which of these anglers lives the furthest north? Austin Felix, Jay Shakuret, Pat Schlopper, or Bob Downey? Why do we always get these ridiculous questions, Davey? I mean, they burn all the nice fishing history, and when we get like the pie in the sky questions, so I'll let you go first.
I agree, it is pie in the sky. I'm going to go, I'm just going old Bob Downey because it's fun to say old Bob Downey. D.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll go B just because I have no idea. Oh,
old Bob
of course it's old Bob Downey. Old Bob Downey, speaking of fun to say, man, what a group of people that have shown up to support him these last 2 events. Bob Downey has shocking the amount of people and the amount of noise they make. I'm so happy he made the Bassmaster Classic because I can't wait to see them all show up there.
And that trivia actually does kind of add something to the amount of friends and family he had here, being the farthest one traveling from the north. Impressive that his friends and family support him so much the last 2 events.
Now over to an angler that lives nowhere near the north, Scott Martin.
Oh, it feels pretty good, dude. I don't know, he's slip and drag. Oh yeah, nice fish. Look at that thing. That's a big old brown salad. Wow. Golly, dude, that's a nice one. Yeah. Woo. Little brown Sally. We'll take him, however. That's crazy. Good stuff right there, guys. Now we got some culling to do now. We got to figure out what's going on. Hey, how about that? Everybody on live watching, huh? All right. Well, drone. Hopefully my wife's watching. Look at that. That's pretty sweet. Look at these things. Look at those. All right.
Speaking of family support, Scott Martin certainly has great support from his family. like you said, a long way to travel here for this event. Lewiston, Florida, La Crosse, Wisconsin.
That's pretty good stuff right there. Save this school. When I found it, I was like, maybe this will be my day 4 school that I can go catch some fish on. So far, it's been good. That one's bigger. I know, long. That one's a good one.
Great stuff from Scott Martin. Big old brown Sally, as he puts it. Having a great day. And over to Brian New.
It started out with a slow day. Had 0 at 10 o'clock, but now all the way up to 4th place. I'll have to say Brian New has been from start to finish this season the best come from behind angler we have had on live. And when I say from behind, 10th to 4th, it wasn't like he was 100th place, but still a big move for him. About mid-morning, he's still catching them.
I hope you got that. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. I thought it was going to be a largemouth.
Learned all week long, it doesn't take long in this body of water. When you find the fish, you usually find them in bunches. And Brian New, your Mercury move of the day. Look at that. What a difference an hour makes.
Yeah, absolutely. Take off at 7 o'clock this morning. Brian New waited till almost 11 o'clock. Almost 4 hours before he put his first fish in the boat, 2 pounds, 8 ounces, then another 2 pound, 2 pound, 3. Definitely moving up with 13 pounds, 12 ounces. Moving up 4th place, and like we mentioned, not just more money, better finish for him today in this particular event, but I'm sure Brian New, with that move, gets a few more AOY points and probably some more AOY money in his pocket.
And more importantly, I mean, his goal is always the same every day. He says it on stage, don't suck. Well, up until then, he was sucking, but he's not anymore.
He's not anymore.
Get your Don't Suck t-shirts at, I guess, BrianNew.com or at his social or whatever. He's literally selling shirts that say Don't Suck.
Wow. Oh, wow. Hooked up again.
That doesn't suck.
We're going to have to weigh him, I guess. I don't know if he's going to.
Brian New continues to catch him and continues to do some culling and continues to move up our leaderboard. One of the most talked about anglers whenever he's in the mix is Gerald Swindle, the 2-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
There's all kind of stuff laying up on there because I'm making it roll. And
It's a big one. Stay on there, baby. That'll help a little bit.
It's fun to watch these anglers catch fish on anything, largemouth and smallmouth, but it's just something special about seeing them caught on a frog. Our cameramen do such a good job focusing on the bait, and you see that explosion.
it's been a long time since I remember a tournament where you had as many anglers cross the stage and say, I caught 100, I caught 50, I caught 75 fish today.
Yeah, and some of the ones that didn't even make the cut, the first cut, talked about catching 30 and 40 fish a day, but just not the right size. And it's, you know, I did it many years. You leave an event, and when you didn't have a good tournament, you don't make that first cut. But gosh, you catch 30 or 40 fish a day, and it can be so frustrating.
Black blazer, green, you go.
Swindle making a key cull there. And let's have a look at a 4-box. Combs, Johnston, Swindle, and Airy.
Something back there.
What a beautiful 4-box. The bright green duckweed, those lilies, the reeds, it's just...
Lost them. Oh, man, that was a good one. Ah. Frog, you're not being nice to me today. That was, I feel like that was a pike.
Man, if you lived here, would you fish anything other than a frog, Davey Height?
I don't think I would. It's so fun to watch, and all these anglers obviously have been catching them all week long on a frog. I mean, you love tournaments like this. And, you know, the fish aren't as big as they are in some of the places we go, but they're lots of fun catching lots of numbers, and it's going to be a shootout at weigh-in this afternoon, no doubt about it. Keith Combs, 2 pounds back. He's got his best places yet to fish this afternoon. Needs probably 2 4-pounders.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch it going down. But speaking of a lot of fun, it's been a lot of fun doing this year with you, partner. On-location coverage with the Hall of Famer, Davey Height. It's been a great season, but this season is not over. We got TZ, Ronnie, and Such back at the Marathon Studio. Going to continue to break down the action. But you look right there atop our leaderboard, Chris Johnston, the Canadian, the very first Canadian to ever win an Elite Series event, trying to become the first Canadian to double down and win 2 to end 2022 here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. At the guaranteed rate, Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass! Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
All of a sudden we look up and it's the last day of the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series on the Mississippi River. It's bittersweet, but we don't have time to think about that.
No, we don't.
Because we got a big time battle at the highest level of the sport going on right now. Man, oh man, very tight. At the top of our leaderboard, 10 anglers again to set the scene for you out there. They have qualified through 3 days of fishing here on pools 7, 8, and 9 of the upper Mississippi River. Chris Johnston has held the lead for the majority of the days of this tournament. He has got a slim lead ahead of Brian Schmidt. Boy, it has been back and forth between those two all day long.
Yeah, it's fair to say that is very, very unofficial, getting a lot of text throughout our break. Folks wondering, does Brian Schmidt have a little more? Does Chris Johnston have a little bit less? We really don't know at this time. I would say possibly Brian Schmidt, maybe a little bit more.
Could be.
Maybe.
Could be.
Well,
Could be.
let's jump
Nothing's
in.
official till we get to the weigh-in.
Last time of the year, Tom.
Yes, it
Ready
is.
for the Toyota Midday Report? Why don't we start with Scott Martin? Has had a big tournament. Said he came to this venue, Mississippi River, outside of Crosse, Wisconsin, came here to win, and he has put together a just delightful campaign throughout the week and really abandoning his primary starting spot, kind of just north of Stoddard, working his way down to the Stoddard area that has been throttled all week long, but making little bait adjustments. Very solid for Scott Martin so far today, unofficially just under 15 pounds.
Wow. Wow.
Scott Martin went through another flurry late yesterday around the live mixed transition to our show. So this could bode well for him if he's already at that weight mark on Bass Track.
Was kind of surprised at his weight at the day 3 weigh-in.
I thought he might have a little more.
Yes, thought he was going to really be in contention within a couple pounds of Chris Johnston.
That 4-pounder on Bass Track ended up being 3.5 instead of a little more. Right. Has him a little lower. But Brian knew, a guy who honestly started out so strong yesterday, we were shocked at how slow he started this morning.
Yes, Brian New started up in that area that's been receiving so much pressure up by Stoddard and actually getting a favor repaid today. Right about 10 o'clock this morning, Brian New was sitting on 0 fish, went over to Brian Schmidt in that area. He did a lot of damage, catching a very solid limit so far. And just for everybody at home, on day number 1, it was vice versa. Brian Schmidt was not catching them, went to Brian New. Brian New let him in the area, so favor was repaid today.
So you're saying that they work well together?
Yes,
They tell each other
working
the truth.
together
Okay,
100%. But that favor, Schmidt was the benefactor on day number 1, and obviously Brian New getting a little love back from there. Keith Combs in a very interesting situation right now with Keith Combs starting out in pool number 8. And Ronnie, you were talking about that we might see a little less barge traffic today. That actually has not been the case because there was a barge stuck between 8 and 9 this morning. Kind of held up some of our anglers, and Keith Combs making the judgment call to go down to pool number 9 right now and buy a lot of time getting there, but obviously knowing he's going to need some bigger ones that he has caught in pool 9 this week. Really the story of the morning so far, at least. Brian Schmidt leaving the Stoddard area, going to an area that he fished late on day number 1, definitely reloading a lot of his work done this morning on a Carolina rig.
Brian Schmidt, our day 1 leader with 17 pounds, 10 ounces, still stands as the biggest limit so far caught in this tournament today.
Yes! He's one that's dangerous on this body of water, has a tour level victory on this fishery, and anytime you have a river type body of water that is predominantly grass oriented, Brian Schmidt has to be on your short list of favorites going into the tournament.
Exactly right. All eyes right now on Chris Johnston for sure. Big morning.
Oh, yeah.
Able to find the better than average size smallmouth that he caught on days 1 and days 2. Primarily those days, he caught them on a bladed jig and a Ned rig. That was not the case today. They moved about 100 yards, getting it done with a walking topwater bait from there, transitioning and making bigger upgrades. Every single day, he has been able to do that on better than average, well, almost 4-pound largemouth. You see a good one right there for Chris Johnston. The only thing is there has been a few big missed opportunities for Johnston.
We saw a giant come off in that technique this morning, and let's take it right now live out to Brandon Lester, who has improved his position to start the day, catching him solid just as he has throughout the entire tournament.
Johnston and Lester both still fighting for second place in our Angler of the Year race.
How does that lay out?
If Lester finishes 10th, Johnston second. If Lester finishes 9th or better, he is second.
Got it.
That can't be a bass. That's got to be a mudfish. No, it's a bass, a giant bass. God, look at that thing. Holy cow. Jeez, that just changed the game a little bit. God, you believe that? Put the rest of my rods up. I'm frogging the rest of the day.
He said that this morning slipping.
Jeez.
He did.
That is a big one for up here.
It's like the biggest fish of the day, though, so I'm
awesome how that fish missed his frog. A lot of patience right there on that fish catch. Keep your eye on Brandon Lester's frog right here again. Great, great camera work all week long. That is good stuff.
Pops Brandon Lester all the way up into 4th place as it stands right now. He's looking good for that 2nd place finish in the points race.
This will be his 3rd top 5 of the year, too, if he stays in the top 5.
Wow.
1st at Pickwick, 5th at Harris Chain. Oh, my gosh.
Stay on, baby. There we go. Get in here. I knew you wasn't hooked good. Boys and girls, we fixing to catch a bag. They keep biting like that. 3.5.
Put in Bass Track as a 5 even for Brandon Lester.
That is so great. And absolutely getting it, too.
Brandon Lester's got by far the best limit of the tournament. At this point right now, he is on a tear.
Gosh, dude, another giant. Stay on, baby. Gosh, yes! Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. Gosh, that's a 3 3/4. Son, that mat right there has got him. Purple. Wow. My, how quickly things can change.
Was that a real sequence right
How do we-
there?
what just happened?
I'm pinching myself right now. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. In Arizona, we have seen fish catching fabulous all week long, but we have not seen anything like that.
No, definitely. That was one of the best flurries that we've seen with big ones. And if you're kind of looking at the way our last couple hours of Bassmaster Live for the season's going to go, Chris Johnston has made it to the point where a Brian Schmidt or a Keith Combs kind of has to almost catch right now one of the biggest bags of this tournament. Again, we talked about it. Chris Johnston's left a little bit on the table, you know, frog fishing today. I still think Brian Schmidt is a little bit short. He's going to need one more call.
All right, and Ronnie, I misspoke. I said the biggest bag of the tournament, biggest bag of the day at 17 pounds. But it may now be the biggest bag of the tournament.
He's approaching that, yeah. It only needs to be just a couple more ounces to get that done. But yeah, for Brandon Lester, probably a little too far back starting the day in 10th place to be able to catch them with how good the top 3 or 4 anglers in this tournament have caught. But looking at the Bass Track leaderboard, with over 17 pounds for him and everyone else around him having over 14, we have 4, maybe 5, maybe 6 anglers that'll break 60-pound mark this week. Wow. One of the best championship Sundays of catching we've seen, especially for how much pressure these areas have gotten. The Mississippi River, hats off to you. It's produced this week.
Yeah, far outstripped any expectations, to be sure.
Can we just replay that whole thing?
Yeah, honestly.
It won't take long.
Yeah.
It wouldn't take long.
All of us have been all week long. We're going to get back down to Pool 9. Gerald Swindle, big numbers day. Going to make a couple upgrades, getting away from his bladed jig. Did a little cranking earlier.
Tommy, a 13-pound bag here is pretty solid, and I think Lester has that with 3 fish, the last 3 fish he's caught.
That's in 10 minutes, right? And he's still got a 1.5 pounder on Bass Track.
Hi, Poppy.
Perfect timing, right?
We opened up Bassmaster Live today saying there were some guys that were frogging throughout the week. Lee Livesey, Jason Christie, who caught them big the last 2 days, but this is by far the best frogging weather we have had this week.
Let's give him 2.5. Now, if it was measuring something else of mine, I wouldn't mind you boosting the score on it.
Yeah. Little Swindle catching steady all day long. Again, a look at our leaderboard. Again, these are unofficial weights right now. It's far, far from over here. We will not be over and official until we reach weigh-in time, which is coming at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Today in La Crosse, Wisconsin, 3 Central. Chris Johnston hanging on top. Brian Schmidt. Keith Combs. A look at Brandon Lester. He has joined the battle, that is for sure.
Look at the size of that bass! Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
2 hours and change fishing time left for these 10 anglers here on the final day of the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2022. Gosh, we had day 2, lightning, followed by rain and no wind. The next day, rain and wind. Today, more water in the river, sunshine. It doesn't matter. They're just catching.
Right.
They're just catching.
By far and away, Tommy Sanders, what we got to see about 10 minutes ago with Brandon Lester, an unbelievable flurry with a frog. Something really he has not picked up much in this tournament. Got to see earlier today punching mats, transitioning from that to a mat with a frog in an area that has been throttled all week long on the upper end of pool number 8. But the sun has definitely positioned a lot of these fish under those canopies. You know what? You can just let this powerful replay of the day ride.
Look at that thing. Oh, another good one. Stay on, baby. There we go. Get in here. I knew you wasn't hooking that film, baby. God, yes!
Wow. That is awesome.
That's a flurry everyone dreams of on the final day of the tournament.
Was that 3 casts? I think it was.
Unbelievable. Power pole replay of the day. One of the last ones of the season. One of the best ones of the season.
Oh, hands down.
Wow, Brandon Lester. That was fantastic.
Well, the tide has definitely turned a little bit. I pushed on up in a place that I've been fishing. I fished in here on day 1 and 2. Day 1, I caught a bunch of them out there in that scattered grass behind me. They were schooling really good. Day 2, I didn't do much good in here because they weren't really, the bait wasn't in here. They weren't schooling that good. I didn't come in here yesterday because the conditions just weren't right. Missed that one. But today I came in here and they're not really out there on the edge today. So I just pushed on up in here a little further and I saw a couple swimming around in this scattered stuff. So I threw my frog up on this mat. I lost one, then I caught like a 5-pounder, and then I caught about a 3.5, and then about a 3 3/4. So, and I just missed one right there. So we're gonna lock this frog. I mean, I've got endless supply of stuff out here to throw at. I'm gonna stay right here the rest of the day, and I mean, there might legitimately be 20 pounds sitting right here. I mean, those fish are big for this river, real big. I think it's more, I don't really think it's the particular frog. I think it's more these fish have pushed up. That rain we had the past couple days, this water's gotten muddy back in here, and it's cleaner way up shallow. So that's what happened. Those fish followed that cleaner water up into these mats and sucked under those mats. Plus we've got the right conditions for them to be under mats today also. You know, it's sunny, bright. That's the kind of conditions you want, or that's the kind of conditions I want when I'm going to go frogging and flipping, because that's going to position them under those mats. But it's so shallow, I don't feel like I can be effective getting right up there and punching that stuff. I may try it here in a little while, but while they're eating the frog, I'm going to throw the frog.
Bass Pro Shops Top Lures with Brandon Lester. Boy, he did not win Angler of the Year, and he may not win this tournament. He would need probably 21 pounds to do that minimum.
I dare him to do it, though.
Absolutely. Yeah. Boy, he has fished a really, really good tournament. As far as how he has transitioned techniques with the weather, transitioning from smallmouth to largemouth in one region of Pool 8, pretty impressive.
From Brandon Lester, what a sequence that was. Let's go over to KJ Queen, not that far away.
Pool 7, though, he got to go through the lock up there, and he is the only angler who has survived from going to Pool 7 all week.
Did it just start really blowing in the last 47 seconds?
2 minutes.
One thing that KJ said on the phone the other night about his area is because he is in Lake Onalaska, that south wind that has been pumping, a lot of people are protected from. He has just been in I guess, the teeth of it all week.
Has he been catching a lot of fish today?
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of work on a big grass flat that has some rocks and stumps throughout it with a queen tackle, half-ounce switchblade, which is a bladed jig. He's been using a perch color because the tannic water, it seemed like that was the best one compared to shad colors in practice. Obviously switching up his game plan today, it looks.
Blown out and windy and muddy. That's how my day's been so far. The wind's got up, a lot of my stuff's turned to chocolate milk. Tried running a lot of new water that I had saved that had fish on it, but a lot of it was blown out. And I'm finally on a little place now that has a few fish, but I think they're just concentrated here just because the grass is filtering out some of that mud. But it has been a grind today. There ain't no doubt about that. My grass fish this morning, they just weren't really firing. It was too calm, too slick. I'm ready to run back down there and hit them. I'd like to hit them real quick before I have to go and lock through, but I'm catching fish, so it's hard to leave the fish biting. So we'll see how they bite for just a little bit longer. I just lost 2 dang big ones and cold 2 or 3 times, but we'll see what we can make happen.
And the only angler to make it to Championship Monday out of Lake Onalaska.
Been catching one almost every cast. Of course, live comes on, they quit biting. But hey, we'll get them biting here. Come on.
The second top 10 with the elites last year, Sabine. It's a 6 cut this year. Gonna make the Classic again.
Holy cow, what a smallmouth.
2 or 3 anglers hook up right there in that 4 box.
Oh, he's barely hooked, I think. Oh, he's barely hooked. Stay on, stay on. Don't jump, please don't jump. He's not that big, but he's a good one. He'll help me a lot. He's a good one. I kind of want to flip him. Oh, he's stuck good, I think. Come here. God. He got a face full of hooks. He's not that big. He just fouled up. I thought he was a lot bigger than that. I mean, a lot bigger, but we will take him right now. Pretty fish. Oh, he wasn't coming off in a million years. Ooh. Sorry, fish. Pretty fish. Pretty fish. Get rid of that little bitty smallmouth. Pretty sure that's our smallest one. He just stuck me. That's got to be our smallest one. Well, it could be between this one and the smallmouth. There's that small one.
Well, guys, we left our main deal it's just a little ways away, just trying to let it rest, let some hopefully reset up, and hopefully get one last little crack on them this afternoon. I think we're going to leave at 2:25 to allow 35 minutes. It took me 25 to get here. Depending on how it goes, you know, might even leave a little earlier, but, you know, trying my best to get just a random lucky bite. Went in tight to the bank, the water's coming up, went in tight to the reeds, no bites. There's, you know, I think we caught 6 or 7 quality largemouth there. There's definitely a little population. It's not fast and furious. We're gonna go back over there here soon and hopefully turn another big one or two. We need 2 3 3/4 pound bites is where I'm at mentally. You know, that would give me a very, very strong bag. And I think it would give me opportunity. We might have opportunity now, but I'm not feeling that Chris is gonna slip. Chris is way too good of a fisherman for him to slip, so we can't plan on that. All we can do is catch all we can, but it's been a fun week. I love this river, man, I tell you. Need to come here every year, by the way. Like, just put this on the schedule every year. This and the Potomac. But we're gonna work down this outer grass line and kind of ease our way back down here. I just feel the boat and me constantly casting a Carolina rig that's ripping up grass. They had to feel my presence, so I don't know, we'll see.
Well, you could tell the calculator is going on for Brian Schmidt, letting his area that he caught him this morning rest a little bit, let those fish reposition. And that's been a big theme this week on a lot of those one cast areas, kind of let it rest for a little bit. And he's right, probably going to need one more as of right now. Maybe.
Mm-hmm. Said he was going to leave about 2:25 in order to afford himself time, so he's got more than an hour left to fish. Hour and change.
Man, they shrunk.
KJ wasn't kidding. He was catching them every cast when he had it going. We've just seen a bunch of ones. Not really keepers coming in there.
Really still a factor in this tournament. Keith Combs is back at the lock, coming back into pool 8. I believe he made one call down in pool 9 and really talked about it this morning. Everything that he caught yesterday, he called in 8 when he came back, and he had 1 hour left.
All right, well, a lot's going to happen. We will be back to bring you as much of it as we possibly can in the time we have left here. What a day, what a 4 days here on the Upper Mississippi.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Perfect place and a perfect way to finish off a season of the Bassmaster Elite Series. We have had 4 great days here at La Crosse, Wisconsin, Pool 7, 8, and 9 of the Upper Mississippi River. It's just fishing the way that you imagine it when it's perfect, when you go out and catch them all day long. And we're not done yet. Absolutely. This one is not decided by any stretch of the imagination.
We're not even close.
Yeah, wait a minute. All right, back out to Matt Harry. Slow start for Matt Harry today. Really railed on him yesterday. Figured something out.
He has turned it around today. Boy, this morning was
We're
good.
gonna go back and flip and hope and pray that there's a few big ones in there. I think we'll get another bite or two. Oh God. Oh my God,
That was
what a
awesome.
smallmouth.
He had no idea.
No.
He was totally looking to the right.
God. Holy cow, what a smallmouth. Oh, he's barely hooked, I think. He's barely hooked. Stay on, stay on. Don't jump, please don't jump. He's not that big, but he's a good one. He'll help me a lot. He's a good one. I kind of want to flip him. Oh, he's stuck good, I think. Come here. God. He got a face full of hooks. He's not that big. He just fouled up. I thought he was a lot bigger than that. I mean, a lot bigger, but we will take him right now. Pretty fish. Oh, he wasn't coming off in a million years. Ooh. Sorry, fish. Pretty fish. Pretty fish. Get rid of that little bitty smallmouth. Pretty sure that's our smallest one. He just stuck me. That's got to be our smallest one. Well, it could be between this one and the smallmouth. There's that small one. God, the smallmouth is crazy. Come here. Yeah, I bet that largemouth weighs more. All right. I was getting ready to wind the dang thing in, and he came up and got it. Kind of a fluke. When he jumped, he's short, but he's real wide. So I thought it was like a 4-pounder.
Good tournament. Good season for Arie. He's 6th place in the progressive AOI points. He was 10th in 2019. He's going to get some of the $340,000 progressive money for the AOI payouts. In 6th place, 17 grand.
You only missed 2 cuts this year.
Just adding up Brandon Lester's Tilly. Today he's looking at a $50,000 check for 2nd place in progressive AOI, 4th in the tournament, and it'll total his season about $300,000. He had the 2 wins, $150,000 worth, and making every cut.
You're saying the $50,000 is for 4th and AOI.
Yes,
Okay.
25 each.
Yes.
Let alone if he calls and gets the VMC monster bag again.
And then 50 grand for the first Open he won as well.
Yeah, 100,000 for his elite, 102,000.
It's amazing, Tommy, the line. I was watching a video from John Cruz talking about the adversity in fishing, about when it doesn't go your way, and how he won the first event of the season, and he did not make a day 3 cut the rest of the year. He finished like 60th or so in points. Didn't make a day 3 cut, but missed 6 times by a pound the day 3 cut. And how close you can be from a great AOI season to a missed classic.
There comes Keith Combs back up, look like. He done been up and down. He kind of like
Holmes
us.
did a lot of different frogging
These is really
down
good
in
there.
pool 9 compared to a lot of the competitors in 8.
I'm just gonna plunk around a little bit. I am.
Not a lot of cheese, not a lot of duck work. Where he caught that big bag on day 2, it was all pads, and it does not look like that area down in 9 reloaded for Combs. That was a big time consumer for him today.
Exactly what that looks like from old B.A.S. Exactly what it is. They just now be getting up to where the big one's at.
As Lester just showed, it can happen in 10 minutes.
Sexy, son. You know, I'm not disappointed in my 2022 season. Had a few tournaments I felt like I personally dropped the ball, didn't make a great decision on. Uh-oh, there's a bite right there. So, you know, come off, he's little though. But I'm not crushed over it. You make mistakes in fishing. You just have to figure out how to overcome them. So yeah, been a pretty decent season. I always want to do better. Fun breaking the century belt. Learned a good bit this season. Some of these guys think I'm old because I'm 52 or 53, whatever I am, but you're never too old to learn about fishing. And I learned a lot this year. And that's kind of the cool part about it. Outside of catching. And sometimes that happens. I mean, I just talked about it. Sometimes things happen, you can't control them. And nothing they can do wrong. You let them choke it. You give them the old 1-2 Hakawaki champagne on them, and they just come off. I drug him all the way out. I don't know if it helped us. He wasn't a bad one. I look forward to next season, taking some of the things I've learned this year, putting them in the next year. I really enjoyed my season. I'm really getting to know Carl and sharing information with him and talking fishing. With his enthusiasm, it really does. It does me good, you know. I see that and I'm like, that makes me want to work harder. So yeah, 2022 wasn't bad. Wanted to finish it strong. I still got 2 hours, 3 minutes. I still think I can finish it strong. You know, you make decisions and you roll with it. And I think we're getting closer to getting the right decision here. That's 2 bites. Just got to be some big ones in here. Some you don't think's got it and they jerk you down, and the other ones you're looking for your frog and you do.
Look at that one that Swindle lost right there. Looked like a pike right there.
Yeah,
it was a pike.
A little pikey.
It was a pike.
Had a little grass wig on. Yeah, you couldn't really tell until he came off.
Very long. That would not have helped Daryl Swindle. Still learning, over 50 years old. Getting some positive vibes from Carl Jacobson, who unofficially, he has qualified for the class.
I'll say boldly, officially, yeah.
Okay.
I think today is
A lot of people
changes.
A lot of people would swap him for his AOY performance this year for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what, our Mercury Dare to Compare is going to be where the fish have been caught throughout our system here. We're going to start down at Pool 9, about 30 miles long, a lot less backwaters. You see, it was definitely a player for at least a few of our anglers in the top 10. Boy,
yeah. Where's Pool 8?
Here's what's interesting about pool number 8. It took a beating and absolutely stood up to it. We'll talk about that area down in Stoddard, why it went down. As you go up to the area near La Crosse, pool number 8 by far getting the most attention. It's like there was a fish caught everywhere in pool number 8, but really the biggest players were the upper end of 8 and the bottom end of it. And obviously, as you go into pool number 7, Lake Onalaska, that also was a player in this tournament for KJ Queen, but there was guys that were rising up the leaderboard, did not quite get to our final day cut. Guys like Jason Christie, Lee Livesey had a big day up there. Pool number 8, though, maximizing your time. Fish definitely reloading. Hey, was your Mercury dare to compare?
KJ Queen said if it wasn't for Lee Livesey helping him out when he had dead batteries one day, he would not be here in the top 10 either. Lee giving him an assist there.
Well, not much has changed at the top of our leaderboard in the last 30 minutes. I can tell you right now, it's very hard to move up once you've got 15 pounds plus or thereabouts in the live well, but it is doable, and there is time to get it done, and we will be right back with more.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass! Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Hour and a half so fishing time. There's Pelicans. Some of the attractions. Pelicans, yes, white pelicans. How about that?
Mature greens.
Hour and a half fishing time left. These guys will keep fishing probably on till dark today.
They are gorgeous.
I think they were the backup pelicans for the movie Jumanji.
Oh,
in the day.
okay.
I think that's what we heard.
In this bucolic scene, we're going to go out to Matt Airy. Started slow today, figured something out. Been trying to build it up ever since.
Not very big, but I think he'll call that one. I think. That's not the fish I saw. Fish I saw was a dang smallmouth. Ah, he's pitiful looking, but he will call that one. Pretty sure it's, yeah, it's between these two. It ain't blue. No. Oh, watch your foot, Trey. Getting fish. I have had them jump out before, but not in the lake. Gosh, I'm gonna tell you right now.
They're working out an upgrade here.
I guess it's yellow. Oh yeah, by a long shot.
Go out and check out Drew Benton right now. Drew Benton in his 7th year of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Good season. Top 4 in points.
Solidly. Almost 20-point lead over 5th.
Well, this is one of the first times in this tournament that Drew Benton kind of leaving the top of Pool 8.
Mountain bed of frog, just
Heading down towards Goose Island.
not the right size.
It has been a long time since we've seen Chris Johnston
Yes.
make any kind of dent.
I think he might get rid of one. It's crazy. Everything I'm setting the hook on, little. A 165 is my small one. 2-pounder.
Clean that water gets inside of that eelgrass compared to when you get out near the main channel.
Reading up on duckweed, Z, and they use it to clean water in some aquaculture.
No, they don't.
Yes, they
Are
do.
you kidding me?
And they're doing scientific studies, Department of Energy, on duckweed being a clean biofuel, too.
Okay.
Grows real fast and clean.
Curious what a gallon of duckweed would cost these days over at Brandon Lester Live.
Exactly. Not just good for hiding fish.
Stay on there, you big son of a gun. Stay on, baby. Get in here. Yes, sir. Another good one.
One more, and Lester has called out his entire morning bag with frogfish.
That'll get rid of a 1.5. He's got a
She
2
kept playing with it, playing with it, playing with it. Finally, she just couldn't take it. 3-pounder.
He's scaring the biggest bag we've ever seen on the Mississippi River here. 19.5 by Fighter, 2016.
If that's a 3-pounder, then that's gonna...
1.5 pounds on his 17 right now, right?
Yeah.
Estimated 17.
My only concern is that on that last big one in the 3-fish flurry, I feel like Brandon Lester said 3 3/4.
They're good.
And it went in as a 4.
And it went in as a 4 3/4. So my only concern with that is how we got to that mark.
Let's take it. Brandon Lester over to our day one leader, Brian Schmidt. Brian Schmidt, who has not been far from that top spot at any point during this tournament.
We just got back to the sweet spot. This water has rose. It's come up, you know. Please be a biggin. Big fish, dude. Biggin. Biggin, big, 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 big. Get in here, boy. Dude, I don't even know if he'll help. It's a nice one. But anyway, we just got back to the sweet spot. Trying to let them reload. And we got a bite. They're skinny though, man. I don't know. I mean, that's I don't think he helps.
I feel like the one that fell off was heavier, barely.
Really don't. I'm gonna weigh them just to be safe.
There's one in here, guaranteed.
Back to where we fished this morning. I don't know if you heard me. I lost a big one here, caught a good one. If you can get a bite here, it's usually a good one, but I've never got many. So I can guarantee you there's 20 of them under here. It's tricking one. One 4-pounder would, I think, do it for me. Or a couple 3s. And then they'd really have to catch them. Come on, eat my frog. Today has not been my best day for hookup ratio. I've lost a lot of fish. Come on, Mr. Bass.
Four-box style look at our top four.
I mean, Brian Schmidt has, for 80% of the day, been on spot lock, and I mean, just taking a load off. Really, he has fished out the back of his boat almost the entire final day.
Work smarter, not harder. Bass Track has them at a 1-2 difference between Johnston and Schmidt. 1 pound, 2 ounces separates them. You think that that's true, or do you think it's closer?
I still think Johnston's got him by a little bit. I can't say how. I still think he's got him just by a hair.
Having a 2 pound, 2 ounce lead over Schmidt specifically to start the day is tough to overcome.
Big old mouth. Ain't got nothing else on him though. I don't even know. Well, he don't weigh nothing though, but I don't. He's got the, he's got a big old head, but that's about it. I don't think he'll make anything out of these. I hope he doesn't anyway. He ain't bigger than, white's big. Maybe the big fish. The green one's bigger.
Boy, it is a critical last hour and a half of it, really about down to an hour.
Hey.
For those 3 anglers, except for Brandon Lester. They'll have a little bit more time to fish.
He ain't bigger than that one.
that over here.
Like we said, Lester started 10th, 5 pounds, 11 ounces back of the lead.
Well, there have been some pretty monumental things happen in the final hour of fishing here in this tournament. Who knows what's going to the case is going to be today? Not quite to that point yet. We got more fishing to show you here on Bassmaster Live in just a few minutes.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass! Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Getting down to the very end of the season here for the Bassmaster Elite Series here at La Crosse, Wisconsin on the upper Mississippi River. We have a very, very tight race as predicted at the start of the day by you, Mark Zona. Going to be tied down to ounces perhaps in the final day. We're sitting here scratching our heads trying to figure who's got what. All our weights now that we're working with now are unofficial.
Very unofficial.
As per Bass Track. So we just got to keep that in mind. Let's bring in Davey Height for one more visit here. Davey, first of all, thanks for everything, all the great stuff that you have contributed to the show all year long. And let me ask you this. I mean, who knows what the actual weights are right now? We're unofficial. We always go by that standard. But what are the chances in your mind of something big happening in this last hour or so of fishing?
Yeah, Tommy, I think there is a good chance that something big could happen. But Chris Johnston leaving this morning with a 2-pound lead on the Mississippi River, this far up on the Mississippi River, it's really, really difficult to overcome that as long as he goes out and does what he has done the previous 3 days. And he has certainly done that today. But, gosh, it wouldn't surprise me to see somebody be really close. And the one thing that you mentioned, Bass Track is far from official. So it's not over until it's over, but it's been a great event. The weather has changed every day. Some awesome frog catches today, fishing with those frogs. Great footage. I've had people texting me saying it's like the best ever. So it's a great day for catching these largemouth and some of the smallmouth fish on the frogs.
Davey, you've been on location at every single tournament except for the St. Lawrence River. Now that we're at, really the last 30 to 40 minutes of Bassmaster Live, what event this year sticks out? What event did you enjoy covering the most of this season?
Gosh, they all had their own little separate personalities, so to speak. But honestly, this one has been great because we've had different weather every day, and catching numbers of fish is good, but to see the frustration from the anglers in catching 30, 40, 50, some of the anglers even on stage saying they'd caught 100 fish and not being able to catch those bigger fish. So seeing Chris Johnston, to see Brian Schmidt, to see the guys that have been able to target and catch those 3, 4, and even some 5-pound bass and their strategies to do so has really been great.
Well, Davey, I know the anglers love having you out there at all of these events. All the fans appreciate it very much. And from all of us here, thank you so much. But,
I got to ask this, Davey, real quick. Did you get to see this wrestling match between Taku and Matt Robertson and Caleb Summer? Were you in the vicinity of this thing?
I have no idea what you're talking about. See, I love working with y'all, but I'm not falling in that trap. I'm not falling in that trap.
I think you and I missed one last night, Tommy Sanders. That's all I'm saying. I think we might have missed one.
Thanks for everything. The great Davey Height. So great to be associated with a
totally
guy like
backed
that.
out of that.
And he totally did, and maybe wisely so. Cannot blame him.
Oh, it's the end of the season. Dude's having fun. Love it. Back out. Chris Johnston probably has about another...
Just keep this frog in her hand and
50 minutes of fishing time.
Keep going. I'm really thinking we need 1. 3.5. That's what I'm thinking. If I want a shot at winning this thing. Oh, that's a big one, I guarantee it. Bumped it. Got him. Come on, baby. This could be it. Come on. Get out of there. Come on, be a good one. What do we got? That'll help. It's not a giant, but it should give us some ounces. Oh boy, worked hard for that one. Bumped it, missed it, and I threw back. Got him. Ounces. It's not 3. Oh, I need a 3 and change here. You should get rid of this one largemouth. It. He'll help.
That is indeed heavy.
Boy, not a big cull, but that is
yeah.
a big cull right now.
1/4 pound cull is huge on the Mississippi River when you're hoping to gain ounces and ounces.
His smallest is listed as a 2.9. He's got 2 on his bass track at 2.14.
It is hard to basically top and one-up Chris Johnston's final 2 events of the 2022 season. Second place at Lake Oahe, and now currently our leader coming into the final day and really knocking it out early this morning. And when we think about the last Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing Hit of the Year and Mercury Drain the Lake, wanted to crown, we obviously talked about our little studio rivalry, and we have fun with it because all eyes are on each other, each event to beat each other and also to do well overall. I said this is kind of different than fantasy football, Tommy, because we don't get to compare just to 8 or 9 other people. It's to 50,000 people, and so
there
kudos
you go. That's
to these.
The difference.
That is the main difference. And so kudos to the couple people who are in the top of the leaderboard for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Thunderstruck 12, it looks like Thunderstruck 12 and Western New York Bass 2 and Love Bass, those all have Brian Schmidt on this final day fishing. So no matter if he wins, gets second, third, they're kind of emulating each other's scores. And it looks like unofficially Thunderstruck 12 with this lineup took the lead in this final event, had about 150 points over second place's team with Brandon Polinick, Caleb Kufal, Brian Schmidt, Wes Logan, and Keith Combs. That team has gotten Thunderstruck 12 into the top of the leaderboard and possibly the grand prize of fishing with Davey Height. And then when we go over to...
I am Love My Bass 77, Tommy. I've
you
kept
are?
that with you guys. I know. I've kept it from you all year long.
I knew it.
I know.
Well, when we go to the Mercury Drain the Lake standings, you can see right there that I'm 58th overall. But no, as I go down, we talked about it last week. Dylan Pierce, I heard that was confirmed. Rick Pierce, the owner of Bass Cat Boats, his son decided to play fantasy fishing this year and is at the top of the leaderboard for Mercury Drain the Lake. Second place is Neil Paul, who is one of the best tourism folks in the country when it comes to bass fishing. Second place overall, and it looks like Dylan will hold on today and win the, I guess, Mercury Grand Prize, which is a trip with Mark Zona. And to look at Dylan's clinching team right there, 19,000 points for the season. What a year for him. Knocking out the last 8 anglers chosen: Mike Iaconelli, Carl Jochimson, Hunter Shryock, Tyler Rivette, Bob Downey, Caleb Kufal, Kenta Kamira, and Pat Schlopper. Went heavy with the Midwestern folks, and a couple key moves up the leaderboard on the final day of this tournament will help Dylan Pierce be the Mercury Drain the Lake champion for the year. So those are all unofficial. I don't send the emails out. I don't pay the folks the prizes.
You're not worried about it.
Congratulations to every single person who played this year, had a good time, and also the ones who won the grand prizes for the year. So I've enjoyed doing it, and it's great that Rapple and Mercury have jumped on to really reward such a competitive world event, competition.
Taking that young man to Lake St. Clair, Tommy.
All right. He'll like that.
We were talking about this on day number one. The dude that won last year, young kid, he was from Wisconsin. I think I told you this.
You did.
Showed up, it was 29 degrees. Tennis shoes, sweatshirt, jeans. I said, you got a rain suit, right, champ? Nah, don't worry about me. The dude was a hammer.
No kidding.
Hammer fisherman. Whoa. Yes.
And he talked trash about me or to me. Didn't you say he said?
He did.
Yeah, see?
He did. He actually told
remember,
me
that's when I dropped
that's
when I dropped the line. You
Yes.
know the line, Tom. You remember the line.
Right. Main thing, he's a big-time fantasy player.
I'd like to see year to year how some of the past winners do, if they're actually good every year,
or they fluked in.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
flew. Okay.
It's been a fun event. You know, there was a lot on the line here coming into this thing. I was kind of on the bubble. I was on the bubble. And, you know, we had to catch them. I think I had to finish like in the top 30 or so, which is not easy amongst this group of anglers. So, but this type of fishery I like. This fits my style, my pace real well. And I've caught them every day in practice too, which was good. I had a great practice, and a lot of times you have a good practice, you don't have such a good tournament, but it did work out this time. You know, today we're trying to catch a winning bag, and that's the only thing that's on my mind.
Keep your eye on Johnston's frog. He had one.
Caught him lots of different ways, which is fun.
If there's really one common theme of a lot of the guys that have excelled frog fishing here this week, it's a lot of that duckweed that is not choked
a couple bites every
out.
afternoon right here.
Ronnie talked about that on day one of this tournament. Those hollowed out patches have been
2 bites and lost both of them. They both felt, the one felt real big. So I'm gonna get a braid so I can drive that hook a little bit better. That's the problem with this technique, is it long cast.
Brian, they're asking about your season. You know, what are your final thoughts for the whole year?
Yeah, man, it's I've had an excellent year. I really have. I mean, even in the opens, you know, I fished the Southern Opens as well, and still got one tournament left in it. You know, awesome classic, awesome every event except for 1.5. I mean, St. Lawrence, come back, got the last little check with biggest bag of smallmouth I've ever caught, almost 24 pounds. And I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm the only person that lost fish, but I actually lost one that day that would have put me in the top, or the, you know, the day 3 cut. But then we go back to Chickamauga, the biggest dump hole in the country. Yeah, that one, as great as the years I have had, it don't leave. You remember the bad ones way more than you remember the good ones. I'm very fortunate to have had a good year, you know, financially and all, but I'm very fortunate to have a awesome last couple tournaments. I mean, even though I was in the top 10 and I couldn't fall farther than 10th, which is a great tournament, I really didn't want to do what it felt like I was about to do today. And that was cool. Caught me one old Spro bronze eye. couldn't tell you how many different baits I've caught fish on this week. But that's the first one on a frog. I don't know if he's gonna, he might. I got 3 212s, I think.
Brian New made a lot of fans at Lake Fork this year. Probably made a few new ones right there from surrounding area like Chickamauga. Right?
Now, wait a minute.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh.
You can think things. You don't have to say
Sometimes
things.
they just come pouring on out.
Heat of the moment, you never.
Considering Brian New's home lake for most of his life, I mean, he would know a dump hole if he saw one. I'm just
Wow! Wow!
Okay.
That is, see, that's
because it's a lake that I fished growing up.
Machine gun them all down here while we're at
Not what I'm getting involved in.
No, not me.
Yeah, did not say that.
Jeez.
All right.
That might help. We get back out to Matt Airy, sitting in 7th.
Oh, he got it. I don't know how big he is. He looked good. Yeah, he's good. God, he just now started fighting. Don't you come off too. Don't you come off too, please. Oh, he's not hooked good either. Come here. Come here. Gosh. I'm trying not to get hooks in my hand. Now he's hooked a couple times. He's just skinny's the problem. He's long and skinny. I think he'll help. Maybe. I will promise you one thing. He wasn't coming off either. Not in a million years. Yeah, he should help. God, he's just skinny, man. Just skinny. Let's see, I know blue's bigger. I think.
Yeah, it's made a big rebound since this morning. Nice smallmouth from Matt Airy today, which we did not see earlier in this tournament.
That's right. We've got a bit more fishing to show you here. These guys have another part of an hour. Many of them left to fish during this day. A lot can happen in the course of that time. You see how close it is. Chris Johnston, though, critical ounces added to his total just a few minutes ago. Could be the deal maker, or maybe not. We'll see how it works out. The weigh-in is on the way. We're on our way back in just a couple of minutes.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
We got a few more minutes of fishing to show you here before we step out here from our live coverage of this Bassmaster Elite final stop of the year on the Mississippi River. What a place this has been. I mean, we have a lot of great fisheries we go to where it's here today, gone tomorrow. They've been here every day, Mark Zonas.
Tommy Sanders, VMC on point.
Oh.
I think it's time.
Really?
Yep, and this is the first. We have never done this before. Usually VMC on point goes to a specific angler. We're not going to do that. We're going to give it to every one of the Bassmaster Elite Series cameramen and women throughout the day, throughout this tournament. Obviously, some of the best visuals we have seen all season long. Topwater blow-ups, whether it's topwater baits, frogs, you know, punching mats, whatever it is. And the great thing about a lot of the Bassmaster Elite Series cameramen and women, they are fishermen. And if you are going to get these shots, you better know where the next cast is going. Some of the best visuals we have seen all season long, the VMC on point. Topwater blow-ups, Tommy.
They got it.
Totally with you. Kudos for the camera people. They put up with a lot. I
They
mean,
do.
They do. It is a physically back-breaking job as well.
Absolutely.
Stay on, baby.
GMC on point. Top water blow-ups.
That's a good one. One of my favorites. Let's get back out to our leader, Chris Johnston. Bass Track has him with just over a pound ahead of Brian Schmidt.
To be honest with you, I have no idea where my frog is right now. Oh, there it is. I could not see it. Come on, Bass. We need one big one.
Chris Johnston, the only angler in the top 10 that has had over 15 pounds every day of the tournament.
When we just saw his fish, do you think he's got over 15 today? We just kind of got a good look.
Just a hair over, I think.
14.5 on Bass Track, so.
Yeah, I think he's right at 15 and change. I mean, right at, like not
too high, because he's been at least a pound, pound and a half under.
I guarantee you Corey Johnston is biting his nails right now. Corey and Chris, obviously business partners and work really closely together. And Brian Schmidt has definitely got it done today, and what he did this morning is it is one of the hardest things in bass fishing to do, to bail on what got you here. Starting in an area that we did not see him start in days 2 and 3. That speaks volumes.
Bites seem to be in that one general area. Yeah. I just feel like I worked that pretty hard. I'm not saying you couldn't get another one, but
Been quite the year, Z, ever since John Cruz won down at St. John's. It's been quite the year.
It has been quite
Buddy
the year.
Gross, Jason Christie at the Classic. Drew
Absolutely. I thought one of the most interesting tournaments we covered was the Santee event, to see a sight fishing
Okay, we're
beat
gonna try
down, but
something.
to see
Bit of a
Caleb
gamble.
Kufal and Drew Cook the last day. That was a great tournament.
See a 33-pound bag from Luke
That was
Palmer.
amazing.
And last year we announced the 2022 schedule shortly after the season, so be on the lookout if you're a Bassmaster fan and you want to see what the 2023 venues are going to be
We
like.
know when that's coming out yet?
It should be this
middle of
week,
the
I
week?
would,
Wow,
I would expect.
okay. Yeah,
That's
soon.
what was said at the weigh-in, and that's what kind of emulates last season's schedule. I think it was a few days after the final day at St. Lawrence.
No, it's all right.
We're not done with Bassmaster Live this season, though, are we? This is the
No,
last
we'll
for the
have
elites.
A couple more fishing tournaments. We'll have 3 opens.
Yep.
The last open of each division, the northern, most close proximity to us,
Blashed out on it.
You see some
in
more
2 weeks.
Maybe see some more classic qualifiers and then new elites.
Then we'll have Rayburn and Hartwell. We'll also have the College Classic
Bass,
bracket.
we have the classic
Yep.
bracket. 2 days worth of that, I think.
Yeah.
That sand is a big factor in the rivers in the summer. It's where the water's the coolest. Bait fish you get up there and just lay around, and then that ain't never good for 'em.
And for those who like other species, we'll do some Redfish Cup, I believe.
In November.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
where's that at?
Port Aransas?
Is
I
it going to be? That's where it was last year.
Yeah, that's where it was last year.
Ooh,
That's a
we're
good
gonna have
place.
some elites go fish that, right?
Yep.
Kind of feel like this tournament's not over yet, though.
No.
Right?
No, and it's not.
No.
It's
They'll
really
have
not.
about 20,
literally not over yet.
They'll have about 20 to 30 minutes after
Bassmaster
live
Live
ends.
is over.
Yeah.
Obviously, this week in particular, a lot of things have happened the next hour of fishing.
I'm assuming KJ Queen's already locked back through. If he has not, he would need to do that pretty quickly. And to break it down while we're here, Keith Combs, obviously the only one in our top 10 that was fishing for himself today. And what I mean by fishing for himself is if he won the event, Keith Combs helps himself get in the Classic, would not help anybody else. But Chris Johnston, Brian Schmidt, Brandon Lester, any of the other guys in the top 10, if they win today, they double qualify for the Classic. If Lester was to win somehow, he would triple qualify for the Classic, but they would punch the spot for 44th in the
Okay.
Angler of the Year standings, which means
So it
Shane
adds
LeHue, who had a absolutely terrible tournament this week and knew that he left some on the table this week, finishing 80th. He fell down to 44th, and he would be able to get the last spot, which would mean Hunter Shryock in 45th would be the next man up for the final opens.
Well, Hugh got in this route a couple years ago, Ronnie. He and Brandon Cobb were outside, and then opens, double qualifiers, got them both in.
We normally extend about mid-40s, so 44, 45 is about as far as it normally goes down.
Yeah, it's 2020. They were 41st and 42nd. And Keith Combs was first man out at 43rd.
music went away.
Yeah,
It feels
that's what
big.
happens automatically when you hook up.
No, he's not that big. He's a good one. He might help. I don't know.
Now.
Gosh. It's so predictable. Like you can let these holes rest and roll right back through there. Donk. I don't think he's gonna help me, but
Anglers are going to fish on. Keep in mind, at 3 o'clock local time, 4 Eastern, Copeland Park. They're at the La Crosse Loggers Baseball Stadium. The final weigh-in of the event begins. Dave Mercer will be on hand for that, putting the finishing touches on 12 years of doing that for Dave
Absolutely.
Mercer. So Yeti hot seat. Well,
dripping hot.
Chris Johnston.
Always is.
Just a burning thing.
Lava.
We got so much more. Hey, congratulations. Big kudos to all our anglers all season long. It's very hard to get here. It's very hard to stay here. If you don't believe that, look at the rosters from 4 years ago, 8 years ago, 12 years ago. Nothing's guaranteed. You're responsible for everything. The equipment is more complicated every year. They do a lot. Believe me, they do a lot, and we sure enjoy it. And their saving grace is they get to fish for a living.
Yeah, unbelievable final tournament of the season. And whoever wins this one, hands down, they are absolutely going to earn it. One of the closest ones we have seen in the last few years on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
probably a 3.
We enjoyed so much bringing it all to you all year long. This one too, especially this tournament here on the Upper Mississippi. We will see you next time with the Bassmasters. Till then, so long.